the management of Nigeria's extractive industries as assessors from the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative (EITI) begin the validation of the country's implementation of global standards. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, gave the assurance when he received a delegation of EITI Global Validation Assessors. Akume, who was represented by the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office, Ibrahim Abubakar, said the validation exercise aligned with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's agenda of promoting openness, good governance, and sustainable economic growth. The Revenue Monitoring Group of Nigeria, RMGN, has commended the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, for what it described as a strategic transformation of the service through reforms in trade facilitation, border security, and technology. The group said the reforms implemented under the leadership of Comptroller General Bashir Adewale Adeniyi had repositioned the Customs Service beyond its traditional revenue collection mandate to become a key driver of national development. In a statement issued in Abuja, RMGN President Ifeanyi Duraku and Secretary General Comrade Tor Luman said the service had abandoned age-long manual processes in favor of digital and intelligence-led operations. According to the group, the digital platforms have helped to reduce human interference, minimize revenue leakages, and accelerate cargo clearance at the nation's ports and borders. The Secretary General of the National Association of Government-Approved Freight Forwarders, NAGAF, Godfrey Nwosu, has urged indigenous freight forwarding companies to embrace consolidation as a strategy to strengthen local operators and withstand growing foreign dominance in Nigeria's logistics sector. Nwosu said the fragmented nature of the local freight forwarding industry had weakened the capacity of indigenous companies to compete effectively in an increasingly competitive market. He argued that the emergence of larger, better coordinated freight forwarding firms would improve efficiency, service delivery, and resilience while protecting the interests of Nigerian operators. The National Insurance Commission, NICOM, has got a marching order to apply the brakes on the enforcement of disputed fees and capital transfer requirements imposed on Insurance Limited and Nigeria Reinsurance Corporation, pending the determination of a petition challenging the demand. The directive by the Federal Ministry of Finance followed a petition submitted by the two insurance companies over aspects of the ongoing recapitalization under the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act of 2025. In a letter dated August 6 by the Permanent Secretary of Finance, Raymond Omachi, on behalf of the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, the ministry asked NICOM to provide a detailed response and legal justification for the demands being challenged by the companies. The ministry also directed the insurance regulator to put on hold the enforcement of the disputed processing fees, the 1% capital injection fee, and directives requiring the companies to transfer their entire capital injection funds into an escrow account with the Central Bank of Nigeria. On the foreign scene, oil prices extended hefty gains as hopes for a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz fade, fanning fresh inflation fears and ramping up bets on at least one U.S. interest rate hike this year. Crude has surged around 10% over the past week, with the United States and Iran appearing no closer to a deal on the crucial waterway despite upbeat comments from the White House earlier in the month. Brent crude futures fell 10 cents or 0.11% to $87.62 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures were down 5 cents or 0.06% to $82.08 a barrel. In the latest blow, Donald Trump said he would seek conflict compensation from Iran as part of any peace negotiations, citing attacks and killings stretching back decades, allegedly backed or perpetrated by Tehran. The U.S. president's announcement was a direct response to Tehran's demand for U.S. war reparations as a precondition to any resolution of the crisis. And that was the business news on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening. I'm Don Wilson. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
it's a brand new day. Today's the station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today FM 95.1. The voice of the people. Number one. News and sports, talk all day. Keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station. We are the station. Today FM, the pride of the nation. Cross rivers, Bayelsa, Abia too. Akwa Ibom, cross river, we're reaching you. Around the world, we're live online. Every moment, every time. Advertise your business, make it grow. Millions are listening, let them know. Visit us at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Port Harcourt. Listen, live at your Call us on 24. Anyone left to your line to your white. We come, admin out, never mind. Today FM 95.1. The voice that keeps this city strong. News, sports, talk every day. Lighting up your every way. Not just the station. We are the station. Today FM 95.1.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt people, amazing Riverians, amazing Nigerians, and amazing people the world over listening to this frequency 95.1 FM. We are Today FM, of course. It's 10 minutes past 1, and of course, you know that means it's time to talk education on the show called Andra Gorgie. And my name, Dawn Wilson.
I'm Queen Chima. Welcome to Andra Gorgie this week. We're going to wrap our heads around what's been happening. We put up a number of stories for you today, so we'll talk about all of that and get your thoughts. Do well to join us as we have the conversation live on YouTube. It's today. At Today 95.1 FM YouTube, you can drop your thoughts there. Do well to subscribe also. On Facebook, you can connect with us at Today 95.1 FM, Instagram at Today FM 951, X at Today FM 951, and in the conversation during the course of this discourse, you can send text messages to 07019339 or call us up 0810-951-0951 as we open the phone line. So welcome again to Andra Gorgie.
All right, so here's how we're going to do it. I like to sometimes say there's a method to my madness, and I think today that madness is going to appear. Of course, that's an expression, of course. We're going to give you 4 stories and try to touch um, bits and bobs of the 4 stories and then launch into the conversation. So the first one, the Gambia wants to understudy Nigeria's TET fund and establish a similar agency. The second story is the federal government says schools and publishers using unapproved textbooks could be blacklisted. The third story, JAM says it has resolved 5,000 complaints in just 5 days. And JAM registrar Professor Ishak Oloyede says parents, not students, are behind examination malpractice. So, 4 headlines, 1 Nigerian educational system. So let's start with the Gambia, and that's good news, if I dare say. So let's get to what Gambia is coming to do in Nigeria and in the Nigerian educational space. So according to The Guardian, you've already heard the headline, so let's get into the context of it. The government of the Gambia has announced plans to undertake a study tour of Nigeria's Tertiary Education Fund, Trust Fund, TET Fund, as part of efforts to strengthen funding for tertiary education in the West African country. The announcement was made on Monday in Abuja when Gambia's Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, all right, something's happened, just a second, it looks like the network decided to act up. Let's see if I can't get it back. All right. Made on Monday, Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, Professor Pierre Gomez, led a high-powered delegation to the Executive Secretary of TET Fund, architect Sunny Echono, at the fund's headquarters. Gomez disclosed that the Gambia had established the Tertiary and Higher Education Trust, THET, fund, modeled after Nigeria's TET fund, and would soon send officials to Nigeria to understudy the fund's operations. He said Gambian authorities had closely followed TET fund's activities and achievements through its website, social media platforms, and other media outlets, prompting the country to adopt a similar intervention model to support its higher institutions. The Gambian minister said the proposed collaboration would focus particularly on research and capacity development, adding that it would also deepen diplomatic relations between Nigeria and the Gambia. So that's good news. Now let's keep the good news going and then maybe hit you with the bad news. And from there, Queen and I will now tear it apart. Again, The Guardian. JAMB resolves 5,000 complaints in 5 days. The newly appointed registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, Professor Shegun Aina, has taken his service delivery drive to the front line, personally relocating to the board's Servicom unit to tackle thousands of unresolved complaints from candidates. Professor Aina's intervention has already yielded results, with more than 5,000 pending complaints reportedly resolved within 5 days, following his directive for the Service Compact with all Nigerian Servicom unit to address candidates' grievances promptly and holistically. A statement by JAM's Acting Director of Public Affairs and Protocol, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, said the registrar had further directed Servicom desk officers to handle complaints comprehensively and without delay. I love that. Dr. Benjamin said the move is part of the registrar's resolve to strengthen the board's relationship with its clients, particularly candidates seeking admission into tertiary institutions, and ensure that services delivered by examination bodies are commensurate with the fees paid by the candidates. Now, like I said, I'm giving you snippets. You can go and read the rest for yourselves so that we can get the conversation going. Third story from The Punch: federal government to blacklist schools, publishers using unapproved textbooks. So the federal government has announced that schools, publishers, and authors who use or distribute unapproved textbooks in public schools will be blacklisted as part of a sweeping reform aimed at improving the quality of education across the country. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, disclosed this on Wednesday. All right, hold on a second. On Wednesday, while unveiling the newly approved National Textbook Ranking System, a policy that will ensure only nationally evaluated and approved textbooks are used in public primary, junior secondary, and senior secondary schools from September of this year. A statement by the Director of Press and Public Relations in the Ministry of Education, Folashade Boriowo, obtained by The Punch on Thursday, said the initiative would establish for the first time a transparent, merit-based, and quality-driven national framework for selecting instructional materials in line with international best practices. Again, like I said, we're giving you snippets so you can go and get the rest for yourself. Last story is also from The Punch. Parents, not students, behind exam malpractice, says Oloyede. So, former registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, Professor Ishak Oloyede, has blamed parents rather than candidates for driving examination malpractice in Nigeria. Oloyede described the involvement as the most painful experience of his 10-year tenure at the examination body. Speaking during an interview on This Day Live shortly on Sunday, Oloyede said many parents deliberately introduced their children to dishonest practices in a bid to secure admission into higher institutions. So to quote him, the most painful period of my experience in JAM had to do with the level of involvement of parents in organization of examination malpractice. They are introducing their wards, their children to the world of criminality. The former JAM registrar maintained that candidates were often not the masterminds of examination fraud, insisting that parents played a more significant role in encouraging the practice. I have no difficulty, and I think most of the candidates are not problematic. They are not the problem are the parents. Every time I was confronted with the reality of what parents were doing, it's most of the time I became very emotional about it because I just felt that how on earth, I think they mean earth, will people hate themselves, hate their future to this level? All right, so that's what's on the table. Four interesting stories, one educational system. Let's start off with the Gambia because, like we started off with the good news, Gambia coming to well, more or less understudy TED fund system. Now, what are they coming to understudy? Because first of all, you have to, you can't just say, oh, yeah, it's a good thing. What exactly are they coming to understudy? Knowing that we still have the issue of overcrowded classrooms, in some cases dilapidated classrooms, in some cases lecturers or teachers who are poorly trained. In some cases, they're not putting enough money into research. There's so many lapses. So it's a beautiful thing that the model seems to be working. It's a beautiful thing they're coming to understudy Nigeria. But the negatives.
Yeah, the negatives are there, but doesn't also override the positives and what TED Fund has done. First, the Tertiary Fund Act 2011. I think that's when TED Fund started until 2026, where the president Bola Ahmed Tinubu decided to do some reforms to TED Fund. That now, first the way the money is raised, the fact that you have 3% of accessible incomes from companies from in every company in Nigeria, 3%. Is it 2% or 3%? I think
it's
2 or 3% of their annual earning as funding for what goes into TED Fund and how universities, colleges, basically tertiary institutions are able to access funding. It's what some people think brilliant idea, but when you look at everything that has happened over the years and the processes that institutions have been able to access fund, there's been those lapses around uncompleted structures, because TED Fund is particularly supposed to fund tertiary institutions for infrastructure. You have the part for research, you have the part for training for staff of these tertiary institutions. And in the aspect of infrastructure, some institutions have experienced this infrastructure is not completed. So you
right.
go, you could see you could go to any institution and you see TED fund what here, and you're wondering, okay, why there's still lapses in the building and all. But it's brilliant and begs for bigger questions. And I think the bigger question is, if are we really doing something that's worth copying? If
Oh, yes. No,
if
yes,
it's
we are.
worth copying,
Yeah.
it means that it's progressive or it's workable. But there's a difference between a policy and then the implementation, because in implementation a lot of other factors come to play. Even the way that institutions are supposed to access these funds, although there's been some sort of even distribution, which is what the president did in 2026. I think universities, tertiary educations, colleges of education had like a particular amount allocated to about 227 of those tertiary institutions in Nigeria for some sort of not equal, but even not even, but some sort of round distribution to these institutions. So what the institutions now do with these funds is also an aspect that needs to be checked into, because if they access the funds, do they use the funds as they are supposed to, judiciously? But if the Gambia is coming to study, I think it's really brilliant. Some people would think, but does this, like you asked, don't solve our real educational problems? Because we still have some of the challenges in our education sector, starting from even public confidence to examination malpractices that the former JAM registrar talked about, blaming parents for it, to quality assurance, our students getting quality education as to compared to the number of universities or tertiary institutions that we have. But this is something that people would, give a round of applause for. Wow, the Gambia is coming, a country in Africa is coming to study what we do here. Interesting. And want to point back to the early 60s, 70s, and 80s, where they thought education was, a lot of people say it was what it was, education in Nigeria, even if that is debatable, because when you're looking at a situation where an economy is changing and a population is growing, several things begin to change. Because in the 60s, we had less people in school. After the independence, education was basically for nation building. They wanted more people to come to school. Education was a tool to ensure that Nigeria progresses. And then you saw in the 70s where we started having economic challenges, and people, there was a certain policy, one UD, I'm trying to get it, where people started to come into school, a lot of that happening. So as the years are going, we are seeing that policies need to continue to evolve to fit whatever happens, we say in SENAC, in other climes, and also how we can the education system can fit the population and fit the demand, and also how technology is evolving. But this is worth emulating. TED Fund is worth emulating. It has done a lot for universities. There are still the lapses. If the Gambia thinks they want to study, which they have come and they have made their investigations, maybe the Ministry of Education would be so proud of this and saying we're doing enough. But for you listening, you're wondering, does this really translate to the confidence I have in the education sector? Is the funding still enough for education? And do we have really good schools? Do we have what we are producing out of our schools, is it really what we are proud of?
So Nigeria, we have one good news. The Gambia is coming to understudy our TED fund. But the bad part of it, we're great. And another thing, it must be said that TED fund isn't, they are not supposed to be the be all and end all of regulating schools or giving out funds and all of that. They are simply an intervention program they're not meant to oversee or overwhelm or take over the responsibilities of the government or even the school's governing body or the school's management body. They are just an intervention fund. They are like a supplementary to the primary duties of the government. And it's a beautiful intervention scheme or a beautiful intervention mechanism. Problem now is, well, we have created something worth emulating. Have we been able to fix the fundamental problems that made or make these interventions necessary? that's where the problem will lie. Anyway, you guys can call in and give us your thoughts on what you think about this latest development Gambia is coming to copy. The thing is, when they finish copying, let it not become like, I think it's Malaysia or Indonesia, where they came, we gave them our palm kernels or palm fruits, and now they have surpassed us in the production of palm oil. And we're here still calling ourselves giants of Africa, and yet. But anyway, the coming days will attest to whether we've shot ourselves in the foot or we've regressed or we've been standing still and the rest of the world has, well, overtaken
You can
us.
still be a model and be a work in progress.
God no agree, but no, that would be horrible.
Because even the countries we talk about, we mention and talk about their policies
Yeah.
and all, everything is seemingly progressive, and you're allowed to copy and overtake.
We copy. We copy.
We copy.
The problem
too.
is we copy and then stand still.
I'm talking about the Gambia. You said the Gambia would copy, and it's for them to choose.
Yeah, they
think
Yes.
that TED Fund is brilliant, and they are
TED Fund
coming.
is brilliant.
Yeah,
Make no mistake,
they are
it
coming.
is brilliant.
They come and they are studying whatever is happening with TED Fund, and they take it and add whatever ingredient they want to it and
run
ensure
with
that it
it.
works like it's in implementation. And I think that's where TED Fund has experienced the lapses, because the intervention for funding is statutory, is there. These monies will come. All of the reforms that were made this 2026 and the even distribution that happened would happen. So when these monies get to these institutions, what do they do with them?
Well, Ministry of Education, over to you. You need to make sure that TED Fund is used properly, so that we don't get left behind. Now let's move to the second story. Second story, of course, is also a good one. Unapproved textbooks. If a school point where they've said, look, come, let's rate you, these are the books to use, and yet unapproved books might still be floating around, to the point where the Ministry of Education is coming out to say, if we catch you, how is it, or how are we so, I call it Nigerian anyhowness sometimes, are we so anyhow in our behaviors that, well, schools don't even care. They'll do whatever they do because the Ministry of Education is dropping the ball, as in not doing their oversight duties. Hence, you find directives like this: if we catch you, you'll be blacklisted.
Was it not early this year or late last year? Well, a mother on social media
Yes,
showcased
the
the
book thing,
textbook
yes.
that her son, who's just in, is it creche or nursery? I think
I
nursery
think it
or
was
so.
in nursery school, yeah.
Primary, one of those, and the content of the textbook, and it was alarming to see whatever rubbish was written there. So the thing is, because proper regulation isn't happening, these things will just continue, because it's not even enough for the Ministry of Education to say, if we catch you, they should have been catching a lot of people already. Because when it comes to the education sector, primary, secondary, where you have the private business, where you have people own their schools, you know that profit is like almost number one. Yes, we hear educators say they are passionate about the education, but then these people would make profit. And you see that for the public schools that we have a lot that we complain about that. Some say the free education, the access to education at minimal, affordable, or even free is not what it is. You have some parents and guardians complaining that their children still have to pay for one thing or the other.
Yeah.
You have teachers not employed enough or paid well enough. Then you also have the issue with infrastructure. And but when you come to textbooks, there should be I'm assuming that it already exists an aspect of the ministry, whether you're talking state or federal,
To supervise
what textbooks. There is usually the curriculum, and the curriculum carries whatever textbook is assigned to whatever subject. So why are schools not sticking to those textbooks? Why do school owners come up and just know that one subject a child has like 4 textbooks for that one subject, and some of these schools are just making money? So they should improve supervision. improve supervision when you see schools, because these schools exist, not if we catch you, they do go around and find them. By the time 1, 2, 3 schools, their penalties are already for using textbooks that are unapproved,
Yeah.
schools will begin to sit up. But we've heard educators say sometimes these people come for supervision
And they go
and
away with
something else
brown
is
envelopes.
happening. So I just hope the ministry is able to achieve success with this, because when we talk about infrastructure, we talk about the quality of education. Quality of education also means the quality of the people you're producing.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, first two stories, make no mistake about it, there is progress, there is development in the Nigerian educational system. The problem is supervision, implementation, and all the positives that should come from this. But we cannot take away from the fact that something good is on the table. Now, the protection of the something good is where you have an agbada hanging for barbed wire moment. But let's watch. The coming days will tell if we would still find unapproved books in schools, in the market, if the Ministry of Education will sit up and take its job seriously, because, well, other countries are watching. It was a delight and a surprise to find out that, wow, the Gambia has taken note of, well, our TED fund, or can I say, or should I say, taking note of our educational system, so much so that they've decided, let's come and see what these people are doing. It was a delight, but it's also worrisome because it means countries are watching, people are watching. And if we don't get our acts right, well, we become the butt of jokes. We become caricature. We could become case studies. People could write thesis or PhDs and all of that, or dissertations on, well, the downsides of a great educational system in Nigeria. All right, so let's move on to something good. We have really good stories, but there's always an underbelly. JAMB resolved 5,000 complaints in 5 days, and that one was fantastic. In fact, I'm sure a number of you have heard me ask the question about appointments, political appointments, and those in the civil service. Are they fit for purpose? To make it a little political, when Adelabu was Minister of Power, we always used to question, is this guy really fit for purpose? Because he wasn't even an engineer. He had no knowledge of electrical things, him being, I think, a banker or something, coming from the finance side. So having the current registrar of JAMB going into the trenches, as it were, to make sure that things get done. I love that, and I think that's a plus for, what's his name now? I think the Minister of Education,
Tunji Alausa.
That's a plus for him, because this is a step in the right direction. My problem with this issue now is 5,000 complaints. How such high a number could exist? Now, don't get me wrong, problems usually come up. Yes, we know nothing is foolproof in life, but 5,000. Now, if you have this much complaints already being sorted out, imagine the backlog that still exists. So while this is a good thing happening, the appointees are, rolling up their sleeves and getting into the muck of things. How is it that such a thing exists in the first place?
That's one question to ask. Another question, it may be a question.
Okay.
If that's running through your head, I'm just thinking.
Okay.
JAM has been here since 1978.
19
And it was, when did they start CBT? Just a few years.
fairly recently,
A few years ago. So if JAM is celebrating 5,000 complaints resolved, I mean, are you thinking, is that something to really celebrate?
Well, half bread is better than chin chin.
Is that something to really celebrate? For JAM that just started CBT how many years ago, and we know how that went through and all the issues on the first CBT exams, and it felt like test running, and we're going to sit up, everything is going to be good. And if we are talking education sector, should we not be talking a lot of improvement technologically? complaints are how do finance industries resolve their complaints? How do they do it? Where, okay, maybe you're looking at customer service, you're looking at a particular back end or whatever software where whatever complaint you lay within 24 hours or less, you're responded to.
Yeah.
So if you're celebrating 5,000 complaints in 5 days, okay, interesting. Maybe not. Should that not, is that not an expected what's this called now?
Unexpected end.
Expect part of what is expected of them.
Okay.
Then
As in their job
yes,
requirements.
and then as you asked, 5,000 complaints. Maybe if we had access to the kind of complaints, because every business, or you're looking at business, maybe someone says, oh, this one is not working, or I didn't get this at the time I wanted it. I mean, everybody has whatever the burden is, but 5,000 complaints, I hope it's not something as regarding the activities of JAM or
Okay,
the
yes.
quality assurance of JAM.
There's that.
If it's anything around that, then it should not be celebrated that much. But then this also means that from the previous administrations and then the previous head of JAM,
Okay.
maybe this has not been something that they have seen work out really well. So if you say
I think
5,000,
this is a first.
yeah. So if we have done 5,000 in 5 days, it means that there's something working. So we're looking at all these stories and looking at how progressive the education sector is, how far we're really going, because
Yeah.
it's a sector that people say if we fix that, we'll fix a lot
We
of
fix
the
the nation.
problems
We fix the nation,
in
the way we
the
think.
country, the way we
Yeah.
think, and also maybe some people would think that this is worthy of an applause. For some people, okay, I mean, should we celebrate you for
Okay,
resolving?
I will admit.
five
I will
com-
admit that
5,000 complaints.
What's that thing they call it now? Low-hanging fruit. I would admit that Nigeria has become comfortable in celebrating low-hanging fruits, celebrating. Well, what some wouldn't even look at as milestones. But you know what? Like I said earlier, well, let me use a different balance. At all, now, winch. At least it's a step in the right direction. Or maybe let's say it's half a step in the right direction, but a step nonetheless. So, yeah, good one on JAM. But hopefully, as they say in report cards, there is room for improvement.
So,
in this situation, room for massive improvement.
Okay. If there's one question would want you to give a response to, is if we are truly improving or we are making progress in some areas while struggling in some deep-rooted areas or some deep-rooted challenges that we have.
Okay. Final story in our educational system. Remember, it's 4 articles, 1 educational system. Parents, not students, are behind exam malpractice. Now, when I saw that, I want to disagree.
Yeah.
Here's why. I think it's a 50, maybe not a 50-50, but some parents and some students share the blame. You have some parents that'll tell you, go and read your books, go and do this, go and do that. Then you have the students who want to watch cartoons or watch movies or listen to music or just hang out and chill. And then, or maybe due to peer pressure, the type of friends they hang out with, they're told, you can sort now. You can carry chukuli and this and that. So the student or the child on their own makes the conscious decision to cheat. And then, of course, you have parents, maybe competitive parents or high-achieving parents or parents who want the best for their kids and they know how Nigeria is and they're like, you know what, let's go this way. So I don't 100% agree with the former JAMB registrar that it's mainly parents. I think it's between both parties. Even a balance, I don't know, but both parties.
Apart tertiary schools, for secondary schools where people have to students sit for their WAEC and WAEC JAMB and what's the other one, NECO and all those.
Okay.
Schools are part of it too. Schools.
All right, so
part
that's
of
a
it.
third dimension.
That's a third dimension.
All
So
right.
you may want to rate the quota. Maybe this one has highest, this one, depending on whatever family you're also from. Because schools don't want to be seen as institutions where students sit for WAEC and fail. So some of these schools also aid malpractice. Some of them. Sometime in this state, there were schools that were shut for exam malpractice. They had a
Even
list.
CBT centers
They had
as
a
well.
list of them because these schools promoted exam malpractice because they don't want their school to be seen as a place where students fail. Oh, they pass jam for this. They pass work for this school. I will register here. I register my child here. So you have supervisors come. Are the these schools not aware that supervisors or whoever is sent to invigilate these
Yeah.
exams, collect monies, and let the students do whatever, write from whatever they are writing from, or open their books and write. So it's an institutional thing, and we're talking family institution. You're talking about the children. You're talking about the school. The schools, they're also part of it. But when he says parents largely take the brunt, maybe it's from a place of that's the home is like the beginning of where you learn everything.
Yeah.
Because there are children who would go to certain schools and say, I would not involve in malpractice because my parents taught me that it's not good, or my parents they have instilled those morals into me strongly that I would not involve in malpractice. So even if any other person is paying, I would not pay. I would rather write my exams myself. I just understand that malpractice is bad. I write the exam. If I fail, I fail. If I pass, I pass. I could resit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's where you come in because a lot of you listening are parents and guardians and all of that. I have some rapid fire questions for you to answer based off of these four headlines that you have heard. The first headline, of course, being the Gambia understudying TET Fund, which is a good thing. The second one, the Ministry of Education saying public schools using unapproved textbooks would be blacklisted. The third one was, I think, what's that thing called now? Parents are the ones that are actually cheating and not the students. And the third story, let's see, what was the third story now before I forget?
The unapproved textbooks.
No, I've said the unapproved. JAMB resolving 5,000 complaints in 5 days. That's a good one. Now, for you, parents, here are your questions. I'd like you guys to call in and answer. For the Gambia, if Gambia wants TET Fund, does that mean Nigerian education is succeeding? You've heard Queen and myself banter over this. So, is the Nigerian educational sector succeeding, or maybe you might just give them less than average pass mark? We did try. Then that will raise the question: our kids, Nigerian children, getting good education, or are they just passing through, just being processed through some form of education and just, we're just churning them out like you would churn out. Have you seen where they make sachet water? Just fill it up through it, fill it up through it, fill it up through it. You don't care. All right. Now, second question: can you have world-class funding inside a dysfunctional educational culture? Because Queen, I think you might agree. Sometimes you look at the people who head our educational system in the ministry, and well, I don't know about you, but they give me the impression that they're not too crazy about education. Because if they were on top of the educational sector, I think would be having more children in school, less children dropping out of schools. Maybe would have more educational projects that would reach children that might be have financial challenges or other types of challenges. So I don't know. Do you think that world-class funding inside a dysfunctional educational culture is a thing we might be grappling with?
That's what I said earlier about the whole system.
Yeah.
And if we're really making progress, because in Tunji Alausa's administration, we've had a number of policies. You name them, from the curricular change to policies in senior secondary school to tertiary school, inclusive education, and all these policies are obviously aimed, because policies are aimed to transform whatever sector, make it viable. But some people say there are deeper issues, really deeper issues. But if we have the funding, which funding is major to education, really, and it has a way of solving deeper problems. Let there be availability of infrastructure. Let the staff be trained. Let institutions access monies away from what they are raising internally. All of that can really help the education sector. It's progress, one progress after the
After
other.
the other.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it's dysfunctional. Because that's what I'm getting from you. All right.
Because people still don't trust the quality of education.
Yes. If you
There is
check
still-
all we've brought out,
Yes.
there's a trust issue.
People still don't
There's
trust
a
the
trust
quality of
issue.
education that we have in the country.
All right.
If people did, politicians would not be sending their
kids
children
out
outside the country.
Interesting. All right. So, who should have the final say on what
Not just
Nigerian
politicians,
children...
though. There are people who still send their children outside the country if you
Okay.
can afford it.
But people connected to politics in some way.
Not just
elites. All right. So, who should have the final say on what Nigerian children learn? Government, educators, or parents? Does an approved textbook necessarily mean a good textbook? Of course, that goes to oversight and supervision and this current rating system they're coming up with. All right, looks like we have a parent who wants to answer. Let's take this call.
Welcome to Andra Gorgi.
Turn on the volume on your radio, please.
Yeah, lady.
All
Yeah,
right.
welcome.
Dr. Dennis, welcome.
Thank you. The answer to your questions are all in the negative. Let me say this. Before I decided to send my children, and before I continue, I will tell you that I have never done government contract before. I am not aligned to any politician, and I will not until the United Nations come here to conduct election. Then I will present myself. I went to Obibo with my daughter to take jam, and we waited till 3 o'clock. Then when the papers came, my daughter was writing. Then it was about 4 when others who were doing the copying. They all got bring it up. I said it will not happen here. You people started this paper by 3 o'clock. We are leaving here by 6:30. In fact, it was a big war. I had to go and bring in the police. And then the police told them, hey, look, the man is right. And they allowed us till 6:30. After that, I decided I would never take any of my children to Nigerian University. Then, to answer your questions again, there is an English maxim. A fool is one who does not know and does not know that he does not know. So he will continue to insist on his ignorance. You understand? A wise one is one who does not know, but knows that he does not know. He is willing to learn. The Gambians have seen and they are willing to learn. And they will learn whether from Nigeria or not. But has Nigeria decided to copy? There are these technology transfers and all, which goes on around in the world. Can't we copy how we can be food sufficient? Can't we copy how we can be industrial sufficient? Can't we copy ordinary organization? Look at what is happening in Obiabo with the task force and no task force. How can we continue to be savages in the 21st century? It's sad, honestly.
All right. Thank you so much for calling. Remember, the phone lines are open: 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes, 0701-9339-962, 0701-9339-962. Currently on the table, we have 4 headlines, which kind of paints the picture that... well, Nigeria has progressive thoughts. Nigeria wants to have a great education, but something seems to be holding Nigeria back.
The UP, something I was mentioning, is UPE, Universal Primary Education. That was the program in 1976. It was to encourage more Nigerians
To go to school.
give them access, where you had millions of people getting into schools. Keep the calls coming, 0810-9510951. So if you look at these 4 headlines, it's pointing to a direction. The direction is, well, we have the policies. Things seem to be working.
The policies, the know-how,
the know-how.
we have
so
it.
what are we not getting rightly? Welcome to Andra Gorgi.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good morning.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Oh wow! All right, looks like
We
we
called
lost
you.
that call. Do well to call back. We're still here for the next at least 8 minutes. 0810-9510951. That's 0810-9510951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes. 0701-9339-962.
Welcome to Andra Gorgie. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
good afternoon.
to the presenters and
Welcome to the show.
actually, is that Nigeria is due to great country. I think we should step up our game. When you talk they come to learn from us, what are we learning from others? When you finish school, there are jobs waiting for you. When they gave you this money to pay the school and the rest at the end of your 4 years program, you came out, no job to pay this money back, all this loan. No research of anything. If you go down to Benue State and other states, good run agriculture program, you find out that we have a lot of food, but no way to preserve it. Up to today, the fruit are being rotten. When you come to the government, you find out that we are not taking things serious. So how do other people look at us? And we're just from Africa, giant of Africa. But yet, nothing to show up. I believe we'll step up our game and make things better. That even other people from the Europe can also come here to learn. Because I remember in the 60s that those big countries come down here to learn. We borrowed money to other countries. And today we are the one suffering. God help us that will become great again and replace our place in the one map. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you for
Thank
calling.
you.
Now, here's where my head is at with Tunji Alausa, the Minister of Education, maybe learning to dot his I's and cross his T's with all these reforms that are coming out, and hopefully implementation will not be where we would have an issue. Maybe they need to hire more people. Just like the JAMB registrar, although I think the JAMB registrar, was he not appointed by Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Okay, so maybe the president has to look into appointing more people. Okay, you know what? Let me not hold too much of a brief for the JAMB registrar, because sometimes Nigerians, we start off with our best foot forward and then somehow we fall by the wayside. But right now, in the now, the JAMB registrar seems to be doing something right. He inherited this 5,000 complaints, it must be said, because he's just new and he's trying to solve that issue. So maybe more people that have the technical know-how, the knowledge, the expertise, just like the JAMB registrar, should be hired so that we see a what will I call it now? Optimal growth or progress in the Nigerian educational sector. The problem now is, would we see such appointments being made, or would it be something of, well, politics?
Which is a good one when you're talking about agencies, like when you're talking about JAMB and others. But when you go to the institutions, core, whether tertiary or primary or secondary,
Yeah.
you know, Don, you want to ask, are we really learning in our institutions? Are we truly learning, or are we focusing on schooling than learning? And if you talk about learning, it means more hands need to come in. And not just more hands, qualified hands coming in, and then better remuneration. Because if you sample Finland, one of the reasons Finland has the best education, maybe Nigeria should even go and study Finland. It's Finland, right?
Well,
yes, it's Finland.
Do we need to study
Gambia,
them?
Because one of the
The
reasons,
information is
one of the
fingertips.
reasons I was wondering when the Gambia came in, I was like, since you already know, you can find all these things, the policies and everything, but it's part of how countries relate when they say we are coming to study. It's part of the whole relation, because there were more said during those meetings. Finland, the reason Finland has one of the most trusted education systems and workable is the class given to teachers, the remuneration. More people want to be teachers.
And quality. I hear
So
you
quality,
must have a master's
yes,
degree.
more people want to be teachers, but here it's not even really regulated. Someone just finished from secondary school and teaching is like a dumping site. Oh, I don't have a job, let me just go teach. Why are you teaching? Why are you a teacher?
Do you have the certifications?
Do you have the
and all of that?
certifications for it? It's like, oh, I've not been able to get a job, so I'm teaching in a secondary school. That's like an option. And then these schools just, maybe especially private institutions, admit these people. So if teaching can become lucrative, whatever level, and teachers are really qualified to do the job, maybe the system will begin to change. I looked up on a number of things. There's also funding is still there, even with TED fund. Even the budget has still not been able to meet up the requirement, the expected requirement to what education needs. Here in River State, we see that the budget that's not been approved yet is the second highest, which is really impressive because for the past years people have been shouting about the education sector in the state. So prioritizing the budget, some people have said that would help. The poor teacher development would also help. So maybe we're concentrating more on schooling than learning. Just maybe
like I
that
said,
we are.
Sachet water. Pium. Pium. Just keep churning them out. But anyway, it's a good one. It's so half bread. At all now winch. Anyone who wants to say it's a good one.
Some people know one
the number of good. That's where
We also have the issue of unequal access of education.
But I think they're fixing that as well. That inclusivity thing where kids with disabilities or learning disabilities and all of that, they're making room for them. So
what about parents, guardians who cannot afford education, and then there's the room for public education system, but not well funded. Teachers not. So there are still those issues.
And let's not kill Tunja Lausa. He's
been working.
He's starting.
He's been working.
Queen, I never thought the day would come that I would be praising a government agency.
The policies
like
that we had. What's her name? The woman we had last week and the previous week. The education Andy Henry. She was really excited about the inclusivity. Coming from her perspective and how they have worked over the years to ensuring that we have kids or students or pupils learning in same environment, and then this is coming for challenged pupils or challenged learners is really great. So the policies are really great. I hope that the system can carry these policies and run with them.
It can carry. The thing is, implement. If it's for funding and all of that, the money day. Because our governors, government, they are buying SUVs and yachts, and so the money.
I like the way we always say the money.
Implementation. Okay. But anyway, that's been Andra Gorgie with myself, Dawn Wilson.
Queen Shima, thank you so much for staying with us. 2 p.m. shortly, the news update. After that, we would still be here for Talk That Talk. So stay with us.
All right, enjoy what's coming up next.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
August 2026. This is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Dawn Wilson. A joint security operation led by the Nigerian Army has rescued all 16 victims abducted by suspected kidnappers in Ufu local government area of Kogi State. In a statement, the Army said the victims were abducted after armed criminals attacked commuters along the Ojuwo, Ajengo, Memaribo, and Ojiwo Itobi roads. According to the statement, troops of 21 Battalion, alongside personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship Lagard, the Niger Police Force, local vigilantes, and hunters, launched a search and rescue operation after receiving credible intelligence that the victims had been taken towards Adumu community in Dikina local government area. The army said the superior firepower of the joint team forced the kidnappers to abandon their captives and retreat into the surrounding forest with gunshot wounds. However, a local hunter who participated in the operation was killed during the encounter, while a police officer sustained injuries and is receiving medical treatment. The army commended the security personnel and local stakeholders involved in the operation and urged residents to remain vigilant and provide security agencies with timely and credible information on suspicious activities. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it has intensified security arrangements across polling units in Osun State ahead of Saturday's governorship election, with potential flashpoints already identified. Speaking during an interview on live television, Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Victoria Etta Messi, disclosed that the Commission has mapped vulnerable areas and will deploy more security personnel to protect voters, election officials, and materials. Etta Messi also warned against vote trading and the theft of permanent voter cards, saying a stolen PVC cannot be used to vote because accreditation through the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS, requires biometric and facial verification. The INEC official further urged residents to come out and exercise their franchise without fear, assuring that adequate security arrangements have been put in place to prevent violence and protect lives and property. Apologies for that delay. The news continues. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has declared that it remains committed to galvanizing young Nigerians to participate actively in the 2027 general elections. The PDP national youth leader, Ibrahim Bala Aboki, stated this in a statement ahead of the International Youth Day celebration on Wednesday, August 12. Bala Aboki said the party would use the celebration to highlight the critical role of young people in strengthening democracy and reducing voter apathy, while noting that the PDP had recently inaugurated a National Youth Leadership Consultative Forum for the Survival of Democracy in Nigeria and the PDP Female Youth Wing as part of its broader strategy to mobilize young voters. He added that all state youth leaders had been directed to organize activities marking the celebration, while PDP structures across the country would focus on youth inclusion and political participation. On the foreign scene, at least one Palestinian has died from injuries sustained in an earlier Israeli attack on the Gaza Strip, while another person was injured in fresh violence over the past 24 hours. According to a statement by Gaza's health ministry published, Israel has killed 1,259 Palestinians in Gaza since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took effect in October last year. The ministry also said Israel's war on Gaza, which began in October 2023, has killed at least 73,387 people and injured 174,257 others. The latest casualties come amid continuing tensions and reports of violence despite the ceasefire agreement. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening. I'm Dawn Wilson. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Today FM.
Today FM 95.1.
Today FM
95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today this station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today FM 95.1, voice of the people, number one. News and sports, talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the
to debate these angles, these reports, or even speculate on the disputed facts, but we're going to be asking questions, broader questions. Why does cultism continue to find its way into our tertiary institutions? Are current security measures enough? What responsibilities do students, university authorities, parents, security agencies, and government all share in preventing violence? Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima.
And I'm Dawn Wilson, here to talk about, the happenings. I think that happened yesterday. They said it was a jeans carnival, and two rival cult groups, Vikings and is it KK or who, were shooting. And just as Queen said, a lot of contradictory statements. You have the statements from our in-house news bulletin. You also have the statement from the SUG president or chairman. You have the contradictory statements of the police. And so, yes, we're not going to be dissecting is cultism good, is cultism bad. We're going to be dissecting, well, the happenings. Treat Queen and myself as investigative journalists only on air.
Yeah. So we'll be asking those questions. But let's go through the report here. If you listen to the 12 p.m. news, you should have followed through with three of these reports. First, two people have reportedly died in a cult war between two rival cult groups operating within Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Rumulimini in Obiakpo, local government area, Rivers State. In broad daylight, suspected cultists took over the campus, exchanging gunfire, an incident which lasted for about 20 minutes during the Students' Week Jean Carnival. Now, the two victims reportedly died during the crossfire, although it is not yet clear if the victims are members of the cult groups. The issue of a supremacy battle between the two suspected cult groups involved in the war appears to have become a recurring decimal in the institution. A student and a security guard of the institution who confirmed the incident in conjunction with the video flying on social media blamed the school management for not synergizing with security agencies to providing adequate security and ensure that the safety of the students, staff and visitors. They called for urgent action by the university management and relevant security agencies to nip the incident in the bud. It would interest you to know that during the final year examination, two students of the institution were apprehended with locally made pistol a few days after a student was traced to her lodge and murdered by suspected cultists. Now, in a related development, the SUG president of Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Senator Alex Nodimo Onu, dismissed reports that suspected cultists engaged in a gun battle within the university premises. Nodim, in an interview with Today FM, described the report as misleading and sensational, stressing that the only gunshot reportedly heard within the university was fired by the police into the air to disperse some unknown persons who had entered the institution. He further explained that some persons had entered the institution during the ongoing SUG week celebration. Take a listen to him.
Some kind of emphasis were in the school. They did not do bad things. There was no confrontation of any gunshot or shooting in the school. The only thing was that the police people shot the gun on air to scare the bad people away. And immediately, in fact, there was total calmness in the school.
Well, Nodim, however, commended the university management for its readiness to strengthen both the security architecture of the institution and the academic environment, stating that it is necessary for safety and effective learning process, commending the university management. All right. He also assured the university that the SUG will remain committed to working with the management and relevant security agencies to maintain peace, to ensure that students participate in academic and extracurricular activities without fear.
The management of the school does not relate when it comes to security, which led by our Professor Okechukwu, a man who always loved the students, does not play with the students' life. Him and his team, they have tried, and believe me, the security of the school also tried to make sure there was calmness, and immediately the so-called strange faces were removed from the school. There was total calmness.
All right, still following the same development, the River State Police Command has dismissed claims by the president of the Student Union Government of Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Rumo Limini, in Obiakpo local government area, that the gunshots reported during the cult clash were released by the police. In a statement released by the Command Public Relations Officer ASP Agabi Blessing Kabolo, confirmed that the incident which occurred at the university was a clash between two cult groups. Our ASP Blessing Kabolo said the police responded promptly and arrived at the scene in good time, successfully brought the situation under control, insisting that no shots were fired by the police as the officers only took proportionate measures necessary to contain and arrest the situation. The statement, however, claimed that no lives were lost as members of the groups fled the scene while investigation is ongoing to identify and apprehend those involved. Now you have it, all of these reports. First, you listen to one of our correspondents who spoke to a security guard saying, oh, there was actually a shooting situation. And first, when we talk about cult clashes in Ignatius Ajuri University or even some of our tertiary institutions in Rivers State, this is not the first time you're hearing of cult clash or cult groups clashing. It's not the first. And then there is the SUG president saying that there was no that the police shot in the air,
shooting,
and they shot in the air to disperse the crowd and everything that was happening. And now the police says that there was nothing like gunshot, that they came and acted proportionately and took certain measures which they did not clearly state to contain the situation and also arrest the situation, stating that investigations are ongoing. Very well, investigations are supposed to be carried out by the police, so would let the police do their investigations and come up with whatever report that they come up with as to what played out in Ignatius Ajuri University. But there are a lot of questions that we said that we were going to be asking, and when we started this conversation, while to further discuss, and what we're discussing is obviously maybe as a parent listening whose child is in tertiary institution, or you probably even have your child there and your child or children in that institution, or whoever related to you, or someone that you know, even if you don't have anybody there, this is a matter of concern because it's happening in River State and it's happening in one of the tertiary institutions in River State. There are a lot of angles that you want to explore, angles like what level of protection do we have in our tertiary institutions? Early last month, or it was late last month, we spoke to some students who had highlighted the security situation in their schools.
In an indigenous Rivers University.
Yes, and in a university here in River State, highlighted the security situation, and it was disheartening to hear that you have students in their hostels, and in their hostels they could be attacked, or there were reports of attack. Even in the same Ignatius Ajuri University, there's also a report of an attack right there in the school, the hostel and all. So what sort of security, or what is the security situation in our tertiary institutions? Then the student union government, as the government body of students representing students, what exact role are they playing ensuring that the welfare of students in tertiary institutions are optimum? The student union government, while it's a body under, I think it's under the Senate in most tertiary institutions, has a level of, is expected, some level of independence is expected of it in its play, in the play and in its activities. But over time, we've heard about reports of student union governments, activities of student union governments not being as exactly as is stipulated in whatever constitution guides them. And that's why we see reports around some schools saying we don't want student union government. There's a report of a school saying take out the government, we just have student union. Maybe the government is an issue. there are reports that students saying the student union governments are not adequately reporting or representing them as they are supposed to. Because when it has to do with the security of students, the welfare of the student, classroom activities, every other, whether social activities or political activities or economic activities around the campus, the student union government is supposed to have that one voice for the students, understanding what works and what does not work. If a student union government says there was no cult activity, well, is there really no cult activity in Ignatius Ajuru University? And if it's said that there is, does it make the institution less of an institution or takes away the problems that the educational system in Nigeria faces and should be tackled?
All right. The way I see it, student union, let's start with your student union analysis first. Student unions over time have been greatly watered down or changed. Some would say the politics that's been played by the older ones or the elders, those in government, federal government, state government, maybe local government as well, have the bad eggs, of course, have corrupted student unions or corrupted governments outside of the government that rules a country or a state. And so because it's been highly politicized, you now have student union governments that are also political in nature, and seeing as they wouldn't want to rock the boat, they give political statements or they give diplomatic answers to avoid wahala. So it's very possible that this SUG president is being political or is being diplomatic because he doesn't want to rock the boat. Because tell me why. We have three, in fact we have four, not just three. We have Punch carried the news, Guardian carried the news, and in Punch and Guardian they both say that for 20 minutes there were gunshots and the police were like 5 minutes away. Now if it's the police in Park or the police at Olu Obasanjo, we're not too sure, but from the description from Punch and Guardian, it says the police were 5 minutes away, and yet there was uninterrupted shooting for 20 minutes. Of course, there are videos flying around on social media. And then you have our in-house news, where our correspondent talks to a couple of people who said there were shootings, 2 people died. So
reportedly.
Yeah, okay, reportedly. So when you marry that against what the SUG let's go with president of Ignatius Ajuru University is saying, it looks like he's trying to either be political or diplomatic, and then marry that to the reports by the police that I think what's her name, Agabe Carballo, saying, look, we weren't the ones shooting and all of that. So there's some politics at play here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a kind of report that was carried out concerning security in Nigeria. The report is Nigeria Security and Conflict Outlook 2026, when capability meets resolve. Now, one of their findings says 2026 Security Conflict Assessment found that Rivers recorded 6 cult clash incidents. 6. That's 5 numbers too high. In fact, 1 number too high. And 26 casualties in 2025. The highest casualty figure among the states it assessed. The assessment attributes the pattern to entrenched rivalries, criminal competition, and weak deterrence. That has been, well, I guess, the bane of curbing or nipping cultism in the bud. Now, if you bring it down to the school, it's an indigenous school. It's overseen by the River State government or the Ministry of Education in River State. How is it that they haven't been able to put in place adequate security measures to make sure that such things like this no longer happen? Now, let's be a little political. During Amechi's time, many people say he was able to bring down criminality to some kind of minimum. I don't know what had to be done. Maybe he went into meetings with the police or whatever, but it was brought to a manageable standard, even down to, I guess, making sure motorcycles and this and that didn't run. That happened. Now, how can it be that such a thing cannot be implemented in the university? Reach out to the Ministry of Education and say, look, we need CCTV cameras everywhere. We need police patrols in the schools. We need security detailings in the schools, on campus, walking about, because a university is a mini city. So whatever you do in the major cities can be done in the universities to make sure that cultism no longer has a hold or a foothold in any of our schools.
Maybe this is where a lot of people will call, because when we come to the government angle, this is where a lot of people would say that state policing should just meet this whole 100% process and become a thing that works, so that we can have adequate security in our on our campuses. Is at the moment, with funding, security funding for campuses, is it enough? And what is done in that regard? Maybe the state government, with that report you read earlier, Dawn, maybe the state government should begin to review periodically security systems in tertiary institutions. What's happening in terms of security? It's not the first, it's not the second. And if this is not watched, we see it increase.
It's already increased. It's already
I mean, which is one of
increased.
the questions we're going to be asking you, if you think cultism is increasing or decreasing in our institutions. So the fact that the point that you don't hear about it every now and then, or maybe there's a cult clash, or there's a clash or reported clash. Now we're getting reports that it was not a cult clash, it was that or this, and all of those reports. Is it increasing or decreasing? That's one of the questions. And then maybe what support should government provide beyond policing? The issue of cultism goes deeper than just security, tackling the security challenges. It goes deeper than that, because we're looking at decadence in the morals of people. We're looking at poverty. We're looking at people not understanding the scope of education and what education is. So for some people, if these things are not dealt with first, it's like going to do roots and uprooting
it.
If these things are not dealt with first. So if government wants to place more importance on policing, are there other aspects that government needs to pay more attention to? Or are we talking parents, or are we talking teachers or the institutions? Are there other aspects that would aid security, make it easy? It's like, okay, when all of these goes hand in hand, security becomes an easy pass. Is that what we should be doing? It's troubling that we're having these reports. I mean, 3 or 4 different reports. I think it's a troubling case, because you don't know where you're standing or where you're holding. But we're looking at what the police said, following what the police is saying, and also the investigations that will be ongoing, because that's a constituted authority to report security matters. So the police says they are doing their investigation, that they have done their investigations, or their investigations are ongoing. We'll see what happens with that investigation. Then back again to SUG. Student union government. What role exactly? Maybe the student union government you want to add should also join the government in the formation of other ways apart policing that can help security on our campuses.
All right. But to add to what you were saying, because we're trying to understand why this is happening, the root cause, and then, of course, we're looking at the contradictory statements. Maybe it boils down to, and I stand to be corrected, but maybe it boils down to the Nigerian anyhowness. I know that Talk That Talk is restricted to Rivers State, but on a state-by-state basis, which forms the whole of Nigeria, Rivers State, of course, being one state forming Nigeria, you find this Nigerian anyhowness where some people drive against traffic. You drive on one-way streets. River State here, we have trash littering everywhere and nobody cares. In fact, people treat it as part of the scenery now. We have corruption that is rife. You know, we've learned to live with what Well, I guess people in saner climes could call abnormal. And maybe that's why this aspect of society, this cultism wahala, because we have so other problems, this cultism wahala is something that well, we'll be here to stay for a while until we get our acts together. So if we're able to sort out that Nigerian anyhowness of accepting the abnormal and just, going with the flow, now so it be, now caught people, then they fight again. Then kill that boy, yeah, and we move on. If we're able to curb that anyhowness, maybe, just maybe, cultism as well as any other thing plaguing River State becomes a thing of the past.
And Don, not to scare anybody, we know how well River State has been reported in the news, whether here in the state or in the country, when it has to do with security. Some people we're coming out of a lot, but then the elections are close. Access to weapons like pistols or whatever weapons that are reported to have been used in the shooting by this cult. How did these people get access to these weapons? And these are some of the concerns that come up when we talk about insecurity, when we talk about elections are closed and we begin to see ballot snatching and all of that, violence here and there, because there are people in possession of weapons that they are not supposed to be in possession of. Who gave them? So we'll just get back to you, our listener. If you have followed these reports or still following the incident in Ignatius Ajuru University, I'm sure there are lots of questions running through your head. You probably have answers to them. You're thinking through some of the answers, or you're wondering what can be done. How can we bring this to its minimal or to an end? How can students or young people understand better that that's a center for learning, not for violence? If you think you want to be a little macho or you just want to show some power, then join the military, join any security agency. But that's not the purpose for cultism, actually.
Another question, hopefully, that should be running through our minds and could be running through the minds of the listeners. And I'm hoping that you guys too would call in and answer that question. What we losing? Because in all of this, I think it was it Yibokuku and a couple of other people. I think even Michael Ogulu has said it. You're demarketing Nigeria, you're demarketing River State, the algorithm. Whenever you type things about River State, many times is negativity that pops up. What do we lose when River State is known for kidnapping, one chance, cultism, inside and outside of school? What are we losing? Investments.
When we see this pop up every now and then.
Yes.
Is that what we're known? And I think we're known for a lot of beautiful things.
Are we though?
I think we are.
Okay, no, let's
do you
put
think,
it to the test.
Yes, let's get your thoughts. Do you think cultism is increasing or decreasing on Rivers campuses? What should universities do differently? Who bears the greatest responsibility for keeping campuses safe? Who? Should we talk about the campus leadership? The tertiary institution leadership, whatever school now? Are you looking at the SUG? Are you looking at security or the government? Who does that? And how can students help create a safer learning environment? How? Let's get your thoughts on this if you've been following the development or even followed through the story that we've shared with you this afternoon on Talk That Talk. Call the number 0810 951 951. 0810-951-0951 for calls. For text or WhatsApp messages, 0701-933-9962. You can drop a thought, comment on Facebook. It's Today 95.1 FM. And on X is at Today FM 951. Welcome to Talk That Talk. Turn on the volume on your listening device.
Don and Queen.
Yes,
welcome, Dr. Dennis.
That's correct. Good afternoon. To answer the question, you see, Don talked about Nigeria anyhowness. You see here, we don't follow the law. I talk about building new prisons. It's essential for the growth of any society. If any of these students who are naturally above 18, that's the law all over the world, you must have to enter the university after 18. You now become a man answerable for your own offenses. Popularly, on TV, on radio, prosecute such a fellow, even if he gets 6 months or 1 year in prison, he goes to be corrected. That's why they call it correctional center. These things will stop. If somebody pays for it, it will stop. Now, look at the SUG president contradicting the whole thing. Police says it is cautionary. He himself admits that some people came into the university and police came and shot and the people left. Who are those people? On cross-examination, you see he falls. The truth is this. If the Nigerian university is harnessed into thinking the way what is his name, who wrote that Stevenson taught and put the books together, Treasure Island, all of those are serious-minded people. Book talks about Ben Gunn, who was, or Bob Lewis and all, who was a doctor and man of honor. Somebody who will tell the truth at all times. That is what the Nigerian university students should be learning.
All right.
And not just the
All right,
negative
Dr. Dennis. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah,
Calling from?
This Comrade Prince.
Welcome.
You see, I mean, to just take the story straight, the SUV guy, we cannot trust him because he works some people there. His friend is a VP there, and can you imagine? Say there's no gunshot. We live very close to there, and we know what these students did every day. Both their guests and their boys, they are all cultists.
Well, when you say they are all cultists,
that's
I mean that's
statement.
a general statement. Not every student of the university is a cultist.
My dear, let me tell you, we live very close to there, to that school there. And if you see what is going on there, you will not even allow your dog to school in that school. Dog, not talk of a human being. I'm telling you, there.
But that still doesn't mean that every student of Ignatius Adjuri University is a cultist.
The so-called SUV,
I understand.
SUV,
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that statement you made that students are all cultists. That it's not true.
Okay, let me say that. But then the level of cultism in that school is on the high side.
All right, I think that's a better statement.
It's highly on the high side. The government should do something urgently before it is too late.
What do you think? What do you think government can do or should do?
The only thing government should not that they will chase them away. It's not that I think there are authorities in that school, leaders, everybody there, and they know through there. They are working for themselves.
All right then.
They know what I do this morning. Even the SU.
All right. There is the Principal State Law of Secret Cult and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of River State, enacted 2004 and amended 2018. So if you're obviously caught investigations and you're cultist, you go for it.
Yeah, but is it working?
How many people are they getting?
Because it's been banned, okay. But have we seen any? The police is usually quick to, we caught these people and we did this and we did that. After that, we don't hear anything about the case any longer. So we don't know if we're actually winning the war in cultism. But at the moment, cultism seems to be having a face in front of everything.
Welcome to Talk That Talk. Oh, that call dropped. You can send text messages, right, to 0701-9339-962. That's alternatively, or you call 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Hello, Lady Don and the team. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Reginald, calling from Quebec.
Welcome, Reginald.
Yeah, Lady Don, okay, let me ask you something. In multinational companies, both in their companies, both in their estate where they are living, have you been witnessing some kind of security challenges or insecurity that you witness within the society and the university community? Why is it that the university community cannot also apply such level of security equipment and measures that this multinational company apply in order to solve security challenges within their areas?
both state and federal universities. Why is it difficult for them to do it? Let me say very clearly here, but you don't understand. Any university, any institution where you have court activities going on, wherever court activities going on, have it in mind that some people within the leadership of that university is involved. They are members of this university.
That's your thoughts.
Let me also
did you do any sort of investigation?
Let me also use our common language of allegedly.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Yeah, good afternoon, Queen and Dawn.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I am here Moscow.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I think fighting cultism is a very strong task because cultism is like I don't know how to put it. We also have it in civilized climes. They also find it difficult. But a government who is ready to fight, who is ready to minimize cultism, must have that body language that tells non-tolerance to cultism. When you have that body language, it sends a lot of message. Now, on the campus, insecurity and cultism, the management of every university should see it as their own duty, not as the duty of the governor or the local government chairman. The students, the school is under their management. I think they should be concerned about if they have enough security. Because if you go to some estates, you cannot go in and do nonsense because they have good security.
All right then.
So the university should be seen as that kind of estate. You can't just go in and begin to.
All right then. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon. Welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon. I'm Comrade Kabari.
All right.
In the studio.
Welcome to the show.
Yes. I want you presenters to understand that the people calling in are calling from the same society that you exist in, and they understand what is going on, like you people do. Remember, campus is part of the product of the society, right? Now, when we talk about cultism in campus, first, we cannot talk of cultism in campus in the exclusion of drugs. You cannot. You see, what you hear from these vice chancellors, friend, I have been in a school where a student committed, and the institution denied the guy is not their student. This is somebody I know that I have. In fact, I worked for. Are you with me? Now, they would want to do that to protect the proof of that institution. Mind you, most of students, they are the people who work for this for the reasons.
So what do you think can be done with this reports are already stated? So what can be done?
What can be done here now is even the best question that people are even saying, because now that which can be done.
And those are the questions we asked, but you haven't answered that, and your time is almost up.
Answered that I was coming from somewhere. When you say what can be done here, if I myself, if it was what to be done here, I am still having the doubt that it wouldn't be done because you do not have a document.
All right then. Thank you for your thought. Welcome to Talk That Talk. Are you there? Do we have some messages or just okay? Let's take this call. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Queen and my lady, good afternoon.
Yes.
Afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. You see, if this will go calling you from PH, if this kind of thing happen in anywhere in US, Canada, Germany, or wheresoever, it will not take them more than 2 days to get the culprits. It won't take them more than 2-3 days to arrest the entire situation. We will not say it doesn't happen there. It happens everywhere. In any part of the world, it can happen. But those ones bent on making sure that whoever that is being caught in this kind of act must face what we call punishment. No compromise. But here, when it happens, when they trace it and it has link, I mean the people who did it, they have link with one politician or the other, the matter is gone. There the matter dies. Can we learn from what these people are doing over there? The only thing that will solve this problem is making sure that whoever that is caught in this kind of act faces square punishment.
All right.
And when you do it, you have set standard. You have set example. When you go to our campuses, you see lecturers boasting that they belong to this code group. They belong to the other code group. Look, all of this that happen, I link it to the kind of election, the kind of people we have in government.
All right then.
Ruling us.
All right then. We'll take some messages and get back to calls.
All right. Good day, the Dawn. Whatever thing that happens in any organization is what that organization wants. The VC and the school management and SUG knows these guys and what it will take to fish them out. Instead, they are telling us cock and bull stories. Very unfortunate. That's Mr. Dennis. Mr. Dennis, thank you. Dane Wilson Esquire, Quinette, surprised at the conduct of these students until some political elements behave appropriately and with some level of humanity and integrity, not seeing political contest as war, these students would behave all right. Their behavior is a reflection of the politics played here. Student leadership these days emerge via political influences. Quinette State Police to stop it. Forget it, I beg ye. And that's from Kano. All right. Greetings to you, Lady Dawn. You read out channels through which listeners to your show could make their contributions, but you end up... All right, let's still read out and see what your grievance is. You read out channels through which listeners to your show could make their contributions, but you end up hugging the entire conversation till the end, forgetting that you reeled out channels for contributions from listeners. Try and make some adjustments, please. I love Today FM 95.1, and I love you as well. Anonymous. Anonymous, at the moment, are we not taking calls and taking text messages? So I don't understand what your grievance is. And it would have been lovely you put your name, because it just sounds like you're trying to stir the pot, as Oyibo will say.
The last conversation was not on Facebook. That's why we didn't take
it's a now. That's a now text.
This one.
Yes, it's a now text.
So we're still taking your thoughts.
Yeah.
So we'll do that.
Yeah, good afternoon
But
to
thank
you,
you for
all
your-
beautiful Amazons. I am a bearer of Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. The SUG president is just doing damage control. Is there any of our higher institution where occult activities do not occur? Internet fraud have reduced it. The best solution is to tell them the danger in it and use some that are caught to face the music. God help us all. All right, let's get into a WhatsApp and see if you have left us any messages there. All right, let's start with this one. All right, that's a CV. We'll look at that later. Let's get into this. Good afternoon, presenters. 99.9% of what is happening in our school and every other place is caused by our so-called government. Take, for example, every election year, they will go and recruit these guys to come and cause violence and snatch ballot boxes, and sometimes they will even buy the opponent. That is why these guys cannot be arrested, because our politicians use them for their interest. Our security outfits can't do anything about it, so it's a sad situation. From Johnny. Johnny, thank you for that. We need to ask ourselves, does cultism start in secondary school or university? We need to fight it from where it starts. All right, we'll take this voice note and then get back to the calls.
My dear sister, good afternoon. My name is Onu Samuel. I want to say that cultism in River State is like another area of culture and tourism. Cultism in Rivers State has become a tourism now. It's all over. Government has embraced it. That is part of our culture and tradition in Rivers State. It's quite unfortunate that this kind of thing is happening to us. It's unfortunate that our government has given free hand for cultism to be part of our culture and tradition and tourism. It's really, it's a recruiting business now in Rivers State. Very, very lucrative. It's terrible. We are watching. If we don't do something about it, I'm afraid where this thing is going to take us to. God bless you.
All right, thank you for that message. Now, Queen, any more calls?
Yes, that's that. And on Facebook, that thing there's little that post was not made. So
Yeah.
we'll
Well,
get to
you
get
know
back
what?
to calls.
Exactly.
Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Hello, Queen Shima and Lady Dawn.
Welcome to the program.
To the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon to both of you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Chris. Actually, let me tell you, you see, the brain of this problem, autism and all that. I remember when I was a student of Uniport. It was then Professor Nemi Briggs. Prior to Professor Nemi Briggs being the Vice Chancellor of Uniport, we used to have this cult issue in Uniport. But when Professor Nemi Briggs came, of blessed memory, the cult thing in Uniport, went on exile. What am I trying to say? Some of these cult things depends on the Vice Chancellor, the rectors, the provost in charge of this. I make boast to tell you, allegedly also, that some of these people who are heading these universities or higher education are court members. Yes, allegedly some of them are court members. If not, if you're not a court member and you're a vice chancellor of a university, or you're provost of a university, or you're rector of a university, you must fight courtism to its entirety. But because some of the lecturers are involved, the vice chancellor also allegedly, or the provost, or whatever rector you call them are involved, that is why courtism trends. I tell you the truth. We must tell ourselves the bitter truth. Allegedly, most of them are members, and they are these guys. Look at the SUGs. Look at the SUGs. I know those days in Uniport.
So you're placing the responsibility or sole responsibility on the institutions.
Yes.
Okay.
So the vice chancellor number one.
All right. Then.
He is the head of university.
All right then. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
The Don.
Yes, welcome.
Good
What's
afternoon.
your good afternoon? Shima DK.
Wellington.
Oh, Wellington. All right.
First, let me blame the VC.
Okay.
And then go to the SCG president. He lacks intelligence. As an SCG president, the first thing he should do is set a parliament. And that parliament will now form a security body that will be feeding you information on those who are going to disrupt activities in the school. That is your government. And you're leading the students. It's a weak SCG president. That's a fact. Then the vice chancellor. You must have a security team that is on ground working with the students. The student security team. How can somebody, that is your own jurisdiction, in a campus, shooting gun? No, now, this shows that you lack capacity. I think the senior should look into it. The senior of that school. Thanks and God bless you. Wellington from Okrika.
All right, thank you for calling.
Mm-hmm. So we've had more people say the institutions have to do better.
Oh, well. I think maybe it should be a holistic thing. Institution, government, whoever is saddled with the responsibility, including the SUG members as well. Yes, whoever is saddled with responsibility to making our schools safer should do it. Maybe how they say it, if the head is rotten, the body will suffer as well. So maybe it has to be a trickle down from the government down to. Yeah.
And these universities understand the peculiar security challenges that they are facing. They have followed through records over the years. Are we making progress or not? Are cult clashes, is cultism reducing or not? In all sincerity, if they are sincere with the data and the figures, so this can also help security agencies know exactly what they are targeting, help the government know what area or policing or what exact or targeted security can be placed on this institution or the other institution and all of that.
All right.
All right, let's take this call.
I think we have a message as well.
Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Opet Chima is my name. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
I think the problem of this the problem is the fact that people are not prosecuted on their actions. Because today in River State, we have courts who have held positions. Even they are still vying for another position in this state. Many people who are rusticated from school as a result of court activity, they happen to be part of those who are heading, one government office or the other. So when we prosecute these guys, you set up precedent for people to follow, to deter people from committing or being involved in all these social vices and the rest of them. Until we do that, we'll continue to have something like this. Because they are watching the step of those who pass through, courts, and they are now at the helm of affairs in a state. So they follow the same way. Until when we put our laws to work, ensure that anyone who commits crime face, the bitter venom of the law. That is when all this is going to lay to rest.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts.
All right. A final text message here that just popped in. My name is Dawn, not Dame, but all right. If you want to give me Dame, fine. Thank you. Wilson Esquire, with no apologies, please. You've handled our contributions, especially SMSs, well, not sidelining them with no regard. I appreciate your prowess, and that's from Kanu. Kanu, thank you very much. I think that person who sent in that text message was just trying to stir the pot. That's basically what they were doing.
All right, we'll wrap this all up here. There's already the anti-cultism law in Rivers State, but are they? Question of if they are strong enough depends on enforcement and the real challenges that we have here. But we've seen reported cases where even Pokakov, we've seen police get caught.
Okay.
We've seen the court give their verdict on court clashes, even outside campuses, court activities outside campuses. This is supposed to serve as a deterrent to people, but evil just thrives where there are a lot of issues. And every institution that's saddled with the responsibility to protect whatever it's protecting, like the institutions, they're protecting their students, they're protecting the integrity of the institution. It's a learning space, and then it should be that. And things like cultism should not even thrive. And having the SUG say, okay, we are not here, we are there, having this report, I know it's really concerning. But we'll follow the investigations of the police and see what comes out of this. Please stay away from cultism. There's no gain.
No gain
from
at
Queen
all.
Chima, who may not be telling you who you say, why would you want to tell me what to do? But I tell you, there's no gain in cultism. Stay away from violence and stay away from cultism.
Well, I want to tell you what to do because I had it on hand, but we're pressed for time. Just Google or use an AI or whatever, and just put in this keyword. I want a comprehensive list of the negatives in River State. You'll get more than 30 real-outs of the negatives of River State. And if that robs you some kind of way, then maybe it's time we start doing what would get River State moving forward. My name, Don Wilson.
I'm Queen Chima. Osas is right in the studio. Dark shades. I think it's going to be some sort of
you should be a spy.
What's the special going to be like this afternoon? It's going to go fire for fire. I thought as much. The glasses
versus the administrators.
Oh, all right. The masses versus the administrators.
Can't wait.
That's what Osas says. Thank you so much for staying. It's been Talk That Talk, and stay through with every other of our shows. Good afternoon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60. Nigeria's Lassa fever crisis has worsened, with 237 people dying from the disease out of 1,000 confirmed cases recorded so far in 2026, pushing the case fatality rate to 23.7%. As Nigeria joined other African countries to mark the 2026 Africa Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, over 14.5 million Nigerian children have been registered under the country's intensified birth registration drive. The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons says it has secured more than 20 convictions for sexual and gender-based violence offenses and rescued over 3,000 victims in 2026. For many mothers worried about low breast milk supply, herbal boosters may seem like a quick fix. Pediatricians, however, are warning that some of the substances consumed through these products can pass into the breast milk and potentially harm their babies. On the foreign scene, England is on track to become one of the first countries in the world to eliminate hepatitis C, a dangerous virus that attacks the liver.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. Who's ready to be the star?
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right, hold all the way, he's looking right.
The heart stops.
Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What do we want as Nigerians? What does the government want for our football development? What do Nigerians want for our football development? That answer cannot be provided by a small group of people whose place in Nigerian football we have not even agreed on. They can't be bigger than the country or the government. The government is about the people. So we must have a say. If we find that things are going wrong, and what the problem is a constitution somewhere, we have to change it. That's why the National Sports Commission comes in. Whether they are our friends or they are not our friends, whether they have been involved or they are not involved, the position now is different. The position of the chairman, Shehu Diko, who was former vice president of the Nigeria Football Federation and was part of that system that we say is faulty, does not now mean that he cannot sit back now and see what is on ground and fix it, try to fix it. They cannot surrender their responsibility and their power to any group of people who are running football today. They must come and assert themselves. It has nothing to do with FIFA. This is about our own sport. We must determine, as every country in the world determines. The guidelines for elections in Ghana are different from the guidelines for how they appoint or elect their own officials in Ivory Coast. If you go to China, it is different. Every country has a different set of the rules and guidelines for their own elections. Nigeria must have its own too.
All right, if you know, you know, the big ballers in town. That's the way we open up the show this beautiful afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Tuesday's edition of Today's Sports Live right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. We call it the Niger special edition of the show. And earlier on, that voice insert you listened to was that of the mathematical Shegun Odegbamide as he calls that clarion call that it's time for us to reform what we have as the administrative setup right here in Nigeria that governs football. Because I think at this point it has gotten to the point. This is where we say it has gotten up to my neck. Yes, that's what it is right now. On the 17, nowhere to be found. On the 20, nowhere to be found. The Super Eagles of Nigeria failed to make the World Cup twice. Now the Super Falcons of Nigeria failed to get that automatic qualification, a side that has always dominated right here when it has to do with the Women's African Cup of Nations, having the worst outing in the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations, finishing in the quarterfinal stage. It was just by grace. Else, I think they wouldn't have even made it to the quarterfinal stage. Maybe they would have ended up in the group stage of this particular tournament. Remember, they were beaten right in front of their faces by Malawi. Just Malawi coming in for the very first time. And here is Malawi going to the FIFA Women's World Cup for the very first time. What happened to the Super Falcons? Who clipped the wings of the Super Falcons of Nigeria? We'll talk all of this on the show this beautiful afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready, get yourself in place as we've got a lot to talk about today on the show. Yes, my name is Osasi Hiwin. You can call me the demigod in the world of sports, or better still, call me your chauffeur, because I'll be the man behind this console to direct proceedings and drive you through from now up until 4 p.m. where the news updates will be coming your way. And as I did say, we have a lot to talk about today on the show as well. We have the guys who will be joining me on the show. We'll have them here live as well as from the phone line. We've got one huge stakeholder in the world of Nigerian football. He will join me over the phone line to talk about what we will be having today. So a lot to talk about today already, ladies and gentlemen. Let me bring you into the conversation. You can always join me from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. The numbers to send your reactions to are 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, when we throw open the phone line, or when I throw open the phone line later on the show, you can call in and air your views. 0810 951 0951. Again, it is 0810 951 0951. Do remember that you can also join me via our social media handles. On YouTube, we're live right now, and it is at Today951 FM, at Today951 FM. And on Facebook, you can find us at Today95.1 FM, at Today95.1 FM. And you can also do same, finding us on Instagram at TodayFM951. The same for X at TodayFM951. On Twitch, we're live right now at TodayFM951. You can also decide to listen to us via our website. That's audio only, www.todayfmlive.com. That's the website. So go over there, search for the homepage or through the menu list and click the listen live button, and you can connect with us right here on the show. Do not also forget that we are on to radio apps, tune in, as well as the Radio Garden app. Go over to these apps and search for Today 95.1 FM, and you'll be here with us. While I was talking, someone walked into the studio, someone you know very well on the Tuesday shows. He is Ovie Wallace. He's right here with me in the studio, and Ovie Wallace, it's time for us to drag people like I pass my neighbor generator.
Well, lots of things happening in the world of football, and lots of controversy, lots of people to drag. You want to see all from the NFF to the players, the NPFL, a lot of problems right in the NPFL. Good afternoon to yourselves, good afternoon to everyone, and it's nice to be on the show on Tuesday talking sports, and it's Nigerian football. And in 2 days' time, the Super Falcons will take on the Bayana in a chance to get into the Inter-Confederation playoff and have a chance at the World Cup. Ball right now is to drag whose name impose the cost. No, the MPFL has its own situation too. Right? We're going to drag them, and the NSC, who should be paying the money, 200 million, a billion. Should the NSC be managing the NFF as an organization?
Obviously, they are the parent body.
They are the parent body, but we're talking about the payments.
You mean if the NSC should be managing the MPFL?
Yeah, the MPFL. Sorry,
all right.
The MPFL. So lots to talk about and lots to bring into light. And as always nice to be on the show with you.
All right, always nice to also see you right here with me on the show, Ovie Wallace. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there, I have given you everything to expect from this show. Remember, we always start with the Nigerian Premier Football League. We'll talk about the Nigerian Premier Football League. We are gearing up to the return of the MPFL for the 2026-2027 season, and a lot has already been said about the Nigerian Premier Football League for this season. Is it going to wow us, or is it going to make us cry, as we've always been crying when it has to do with football right here in Nigeria? We'll talk about our national teams. The Super Eagles is there, the Super Falcons is there, and we have a little something coming from the Flying Eagles. That's Nigeria's under 20. The mercies of the Lord may be smiling on them, or would I say it may be shining on them at this point in time, because it looks like CAF, the Co-Federation of African Football, might have to tamper justice with mercy to just open up one more slot for them to get into the under 20 African Cup of Nations. But we'll talk about that one. We'll talk about a lot already on the show as it stands. What's the prospects for the Super Falcons of Nigeria? On Thursday, we would know if they have what it takes to still make it to the FIFA 2027 Women's World Cup in Brazil. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to get down to business right now. And I'm saying sit back, relax, and let's enjoy the show together.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome to the brighter side of life, as we'll start off with the Nigerian Premier Football League, where it's 17 days to the start of the MPFL, and a lot is still changing when it has to do with the build-up to the start of the new season right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League. And I've got lots and lots to report to you this beautiful afternoon, and maybe I'll start with the not-so-good news, as Katsina United midfielder Chinedu Ozo has reportedly died after collapsing during training today, August 11, 2026. So he got up this morning, went over to the training facility of Katsina United. By the way, he was just signed by Katsina United, and that is where I have my ball of contention. Before we start dragging ourselves, let me just say this first: may his gentle soul rest in peace. But the problem here, the question here is, he was just signed by an MPFL club. And with the little knowledge I have of your Wallace, if you're being signed by a club, you go through medicals. We see it, isn't it? Okay. You go through medicals.
Yes, we do.
So what happened? He went through the medicals, probably, and nothing was detected for him, because you don't just fall and die. There is something underlying. So if the medicals were properly done, accounts were properly put down, it should have been detected. Medicals was what helped detect the heart issues of Nigerian forward Nwankwo Kanu. So that's why it's very important that you put these players through medicals. And it's not just a one-off thing. If I want to move from Manchester United to Arsenal, I'll do the medicals. I want to move from Arsenal to Bournemouth, I'll do medicals. From Bournemouth to Barcelona, I'll do medicals. I'll go through medicals, because every day the human body changes. But this is a very pathetic story right here. Katsina United midfielder Chinedu Ozo, just signed, has lost his life, collapsed during training today, and it's another flaw we find in the Nigerian Premier Football League?
I wouldn't really say it's a flaw. Well, issues could develop after the medicals. Well, we know he's completed his medicals and all. I think it's to wait for the autopsy and then to see where the fault really lies. If maybe it was something that developed after he did his medicals, something at home, maybe something before he got into the training pitch, and it could be anything. So I won't really fault the medical system. Yes, we know. I know we always want to find fault in everything that has to do with the Nigeria Premier Football League, has that to do with the NFF and on. And it's you could say it's justifiable, especially with what's given or what the league has actually done. It's not actually surprising, but I think first of all we shouldn't really start throwing stones at the medical team. And or they did their job, they did the medicals. He proceeded on to the pitch. He completed his signing, and although we didn't hear any news on medicals or nothing and all, but let's just assume he did do his medicals and all. So we'll just leave it at that and wait for the autopsy, and whatever happened after the medicals was probably what happened.
All right. We'll definitely have to wait for what the medical guys will tell us after the autopsy to find out what the root cause of that particular one was. But it still goes a long way to tell us how flawed our Nigerian Premier Football League is. We've seen cases where players even die on the pitch of play. Yes, collapse. No ambulance to take. No.
We've had that
first
issue.
Aid,
no first aid, nothing.
And we've seen
an
also
ambulance medical team. Even
Christian Eriksen collapsed on the pitch. It was really scary. His heart stopped beating. Twice that has happened, but he's still alive.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just a Nigerian team. I think it's an African team, especially for teams that haven't really touched the continent, especially for teams that have not really touched what it means to be global.
Must you be global before you save lives?
You mustn't be global before you save life, but all this comes at cost. A medical team, especially, and you have to look at the medical team again. Where are their credentials?
We have that's another point of call, because we've seen cases where a gynecologist was drafted in as the team doctor.
You have to look at the credentials, because I think when it comes to Nigerian football, when it comes to the coaching department, when it comes to the medical team, and all, even the coaches don't even have their credentials. So what makes it or how does it show that even the people that the medical team, they have their credentials right? The ones that they say are the doctors, physical trainers, and all, where are their credentials to actually prove that yes, I actually went through the school to do this and all? It's not just to hold the first aid kid, run into the field with his stretcher and just spray what was this, the heats that they used to spray on the body and just try and massage the leg and all. Do they actually know what they are doing? No. So when it comes to Nigerian football, you have to look at many things, the credentials. I know we really have no background on the coaches, on the individuals, or the medical team, and I think that's where we have to talk about the team website. That's where those information can now be laid out for us. You go to the team website, you go to the personnel, staffs, go to medical teams, then you look at the credentials. Okay, this person graduated from this school. These are the credentials he holds. He did this course maybe here and here. So yes, this person actually knows his stuff, actually knows his onion, knows his practice, that yes, when it comes to being a part of the medical team, I can actually save lives at an emergency. And you just have to look at location, being able to ring up an ambulance immediately.
Quickly, we've got Olalekon Ige, veteran sports journalist right here in River State. Join us via the phone line. He's one man who is very much knowledgeable when it has to do with Nigerian football as a whole. Mr. Olalekon Ige, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Yeah, good afternoon and thanks for having me.
Okay. Mr. Laleko, we are talking about the Nigerian Premier Football League. You know very well that the league would resume in about 17 days, and so much has been talked about. The league, the resumption of the league. We're seeing what we call title sponsorship coming in. We're seeing an uplift when it has to do with the payment regime for players in the league. And we're seeing some sort of uprise when it has to do with the Nigerian Premier Football League. But this morning, we just got a very, very devastating news coming from Castina United as their midfielder Chinedu Ozo was reportedly taken out. He collapsed on the pitch of play and he died moments later after that. And he, if you look clearly, you could see that he was signed just of recent to Castina United. And we have been debating it here in the studio. When you sign a player, medicals are very, very much important. It's one thing that is compulsory. Players go through medicals. And if a player can go through medicals and this happens, does that mean that the medical team is faulty, or would we say the process is faulty, or it wasn't even done? I don't know if you can shed more light on this.
Well, let me first of all say sympathy for the family of the deceased football player. And let me also quickly say that at this point in time, it's difficult for us to know whether they've carried out medicals on him or not. But let me quickly also tell you that, look, the extent of medical examination on players varies from country to country.
Okay.
Not just in Nigeria, even in Europe, where football is well developed. I'm sure you've heard of players also collapsing on the field of play in Europe. So would you say they didn't do sufficient medicals on the player? So each country has its own system of medical examination. Remember, Kanu suffered something like this. And it took it time to be able to get back to football. We've had players even in Cyprus, even in England. Ericsson also collapsed on the field of play. So you understand that each country has its own parameters for carrying out medical examination. So I do not know the extent to which Nigerian football clubs carry out medical examination. Do they do sufficient cardiology tests on the players? Do they carry the players to cardiologists to check whether this player is fit or has any heart condition or anything that may stop him being able to breathe during football matches? So it's difficult for me at this point in time to...
Okay, we just lost Olaliko, lost connection with Olaliko Ige there. Would definitely want to reconnect, call that, establish a connection again to get him back online. But he was talking about not really faulting the Nigerian Premier Football League at this point. It's something that happens everywhere in the world. But possibly this could have been averted. What are some of the ways?
Well, I think we want to look at ways that we could have avoided this. It has to still stem down to the staff. What happened when he collapsed? What was the immediate action being taken? Did they go? Did they crowd him? Did they check on him? Did they rush him to the? Was an ambulance called immediately? And no, we know how things do happen in Nigeria. Someone collapses, everyone immediately rushes the person. It has to be the medical person in charge to try and call things out.
We've got Mr. Olaliko back with us online. Mr. Olaliko, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so as I was saying, so I said we need to be able to know the extent of medical examination carried out on players in Nigeria. And I just hope and pray that Katsina United has an insurance policy for their players. Maybe group life insurance or insurance on each of the players, because this insurance company can come in.
All right.
And for you to be able to get insurance policy on the player, the insurance company also ensure that the players went through sufficient medical examination. But this is an eye-opener for the league. And I hope and pray that the administrators of the football league in Nigeria will have to take a second look at how players are medically examined in Nigeria.
All right. All right, you just talked about the administrators of the Nigerian Premier Football League. A lot is on their shoulders this period, because over the week we got the reports that the Nigerian Premier Football League has now terminated its broadcast partnership with Propel Sports Africa, a time where we supposedly have been able to acquire what we call a title sponsorship that runs up till 7.5 million US dollars in 3 years. We are now breaking away from a broadcast partnership. I really don't know if there will be time for the MPFL board to rally around and get what we have of the 2026-2027 MPFL season on television, or maybe on live streaming, so that we can follow suit. Because don't you think this, if we don't have a broadcast partnership, it could hamper that title sponsorship that the MPFL has been able to get for the new season?
Okay, I want to believe that the NSS and those running the league will probably have a backup plan.
Okay.
I do not want to believe that they just terminated this contract without having somebody coming on board immediately.
Okay.
So I want to say that maybe let's err on the side of caution and hope and pray that is not the normal Nigerian way of sacking the broadcast sponsors. They will not use the next 10 years to look at another sponsor. So let's believe that this time around, hopefully, they terminated this contract and they already have maybe somebody that is coming up on board. Let's just, for the sake of our sanity, let's just believe that this is what will happen.
All right, Mr. Olaleko, I believe you still be on the line, because right now we would be switching from talking the Nigerian Premier Football League, and it's the big one. We want to talk about it right now, and that is the Nigerian Football Federation. That's the question we're asking right now. Where are you? Where are you? We're looking for who's going to save Nigerian football, because the warning signs are becoming very clear, and it's becoming hard to ignore. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, no 2026 FIFA World Cup. The Super Falcons, no automatic World Cup qualification. The Flying Eagles, no under 20 African Cup of Nations, and that transients into saying no under 20 FIFA World Cup. The MPFL still struggling to attract major sponsorship and secure strong television rights. And for our national teams, to the domestic league, Nigerian football is facing serious challenges that we cannot ignore. We have the talent, we have the passion, we have the audience, if you want to talk about this. But what is happening? It's obvious the administration is the problem that we have at this point. And you could see every person share their views at this point. At the beginning of the show, I played a voice insert coming from Mathematical Shegun Odegbami. Maybe I'll just do the honors of playing it a second time for us to listen to that clarion call.
What do we want as Nigerians? What does the government want for our football development? What do Nigerians want for our football development? That answer cannot be provided by a small group of people whose place in Nigerian football we have not even agreed on. They can't be bigger than the country or the government. The government is about the people. So we must have a say. If we find that things are going wrong, and what the problem is a constitution somewhere, we have to change it. That's why the National Sports Commission comes in. Whether they are our friends or they are not our friends, whether they have been involved or they are not involved, the position now is different. The position of the chairman, Shehu Diko, who was former vice president of, the Nigeria Football Federation and was part of that system that we say is faulty does not now mean that he cannot sit back now and see what is on ground and fix it, try to fix it. They cannot surrender their responsibility and their power to any group of people who are running football today. They must come and assert themselves. It has nothing to do with FIFA. This is about our own sport. We must determine, as every country in the world determines. The guidelines for elections in Ghana are different from the guidelines for how they appoint or elect their own officials in Ivory Coast. If you go to China, it is different. Every country has a different set of the rules and guidelines for their own elections. Nigeria must have its own too.
All right, so that was Mathematical Shegun Odegbami there as he has put forth what his mind has concerning Nigerian Football Federation. He wants the NFF election to be halted. Quoting him, he says, the reality is that football administration in the past 2 decades in particular has not matched complemented the level of talent and possible achievements. The growth of our football industry has been stunned by faulty decisions taken more in ignorance than by any malicious intention since the early past part of the 1990s. Real talk there from Shegun Odegbami. We still have right here with us Mr. Olaleko Ige, and there is also Ovia Wallace right here. We all heard this. Mr. Olaleko, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right,
I can hear you.
You heard exactly what Mr. Mathematical Shegun Odegbami stated right there. He's not being sentimental here. He says he's friends with all of these guys within the corridors of power when it has to do with governing football right here in Nigeria. He says he's friends with all of them, but it has come to a time where you can look your friend, or you should look your friend in the eye and say, you haven't done well and you have to step aside. Mr. Ige, I don't know if you share the same with Shegun Odegbami right here.
Yeah, I quite understand Shegun Odegbami's position, and it's been coming. It's not the first time we've had conversations around how elections are held, how delegates are selected, and who eventually becomes the president of the NFF. It's not the first time we're having this controversy. Remember, we had it before 2014 when Namaju Pinnick became the president of NFF. We had the same argument in 2018 when Amaju Pinnick was seeking to win a second term in office. Even in 2022, when Gusso became the president of NFF, we had this conversation. Remember that before now, we had just about 44 delegates determining who becomes the president of the NFF. And of that 44, 37 are known already. And those 37 are the ones representing the 37 football associations. That is 36 states plus FCT Abuja. So it means that out of the previous 44, 37, which is the virtual majority to become the president, were already directly or indirectly controlled by the NFF. Remember too that Gusso himself was the chairman of FA before he became the NFF president. Now, early this year, I think around March, NFF met in Yenegua, Bayelsa State and expanded the delegates from 44 to 56. Now, has that fundamentally changed or altered how the next president of NFF will emerge? I would say that the FA chairman still constitute 2/3 of the 56 delegates that have been expanded, meaning that the FA chairman still owes the ace. They still owe the ace when it comes to determining who becomes the president of the NFF. Then the others are those that are maybe from the league, from football clubs, from football administrators, from referee, from players. Those are the other eligible people to vote in the forthcoming election in Nafia, Nasarawa State. So you know that this has been coming. Now, is what Shegun Odegbami saying, is it right? I agree completely with him that the hopes and aspirations of Nigerians, as far as football development, as far as football administration, as far as football achievement, has it been matched with the kind of NFF we've had in the last 20 years. I agree completely with Shegun Odegbami.
All
You
right.
already know what is happening to our local football. We couldn't qualify for Men World Cup. Now we are going to fight hard through the hard route to ensure that we have our women at the World Cup. Our under 21 team, they were badly embarrassed
Yes.
by Burkina Faso.
Yes.
Nobody ever thought that we ever come. The day Burkina Faso beat Nigeria in the last how many years? Even the Chan, our local Eagles, have not
We're
been able to
embarrassed.
qualify
Yes,
for
they were
ordinary
embarrassed
Chan
the last time they were there. Embarrassed by
in
Sudan,
Africa.
4 goals
Exactly.
to
We have not been able
1.
to. We have not even been able to qualify for Chan. So it means that our football is at the lowest ebb.
All right. Mr. Olaleko, let me just come in here and ask you one thing, because Mr. Shegun Odegbami, or call him the mathematical Shegun Odegbami, went on to say something. But before I play that insert, I want to ask you something. If it goes to the point where we have to stand together and say there should be a halt to the NFF elections coming up on the 27th of September, is that going to, would that route be something that would be advantageous, or at the end of the day it would pull huge sanctions on Nigerian football?
The first question to ask is Odegbami qualified to go to court? Because the first thing you must establish in going to court is, what is your local standing?
Okay.
What it literally means, okay, what do you stand to lose if this election goes ahead? Because you must provide a prima facie case. You must establish the motive. You understand? So will Shegun Odegbami be able to establish the motive when he goes to court? Because what they were asking him is, if this election goes ahead, what do you stand to lose?
Okay.
Are you a contestant in the election? Because you must justify why you are in court. That is on one hand. On the other hand, remember that FIFA is completely against taking football matters to civil courts.
Okay.
I'm sure you know.
Yes,
so
I
if Shegun Odegbami has any drawback whatsoever, I expect that he should be contacting the Council of Administration for Sports, which is CAS. That's one body established to listen arguments arising out of football administration, election, and all of that. So going to the civil court, I doubt so much whether it will achieve anything at the end of the day. I doubt it so much.
All right. Now let's get to this particular one. I said I was going to play an insert from Shegun Odegbami on what he said about those who still stay in offices after a very poor and abysmal performance. And here is Shegun Odegbami, as he has pointed to global standards that dictates that administrators and coaches should lose their jobs or face removal if they fail to reach a certain height.
Measure of good enough or not. If you don't, at the end of the day, look, it's very simple. This is not science. At the end of the day, if you don't achieve certain goals, if you fail, then you leave. And that's the practice in Nigeria. Once you fail to take your team to the World Cup, go try. You will find that more often than not, they say the other sack you or you go or they vote you out. It's very simple. That's the measure. If you have a coach that doesn't do well, they sack him. You have a player who is doing partly, you remove him. You have to remove. So these guys have not succeeded. They are our friends. You see, that's the painful thing. We know each other. We are all in the business. And when you champion that fact that they should go, they think they make you an enemy. It's not a personalized thing. They have failed. If we go back to that route, we are going to fail again, as we have failed before. In those days, you could only have the election in your capital city. In the headquarters, they will control everything. They will bribe everybody. They will do this. Even for you to go there as a contestant, you risk your life.
All right, Shegun Odegbami again, going the other way round, saying he who has failed is supposed to be removed from office. Mr. Olaleko, you're still there. 24 hours after the whole shenanigans we got from Morocco, that is the Super Falcons exiting in the quarterfinal stage, we expected that things will begin to change. We saw what happened. Italy failed to qualify for the FIFA 2026 World Cup, and a lot of persons were let go. We've seen it happen in other places around the world, but in Nigeria, it's more than 24 hours and we are yet to hear anything. The NFF president, Ibrahim Musa Gusau, is still there. The coach of the Super Falcons, Justin Madugo, is still there. A lot of persons would want to say, Mr. Ige, that he has a game on Thursday to handle. But I can remember that in the 2023 African Cup of Nations, the coach of Ivory Coast was sacked after the first group stage game against Equatorial Guinea, I guess. And as a result of that, Emas Faye was brought in as the coach, and he took that team to victory at the 2023 African Cup of Nations. And we're looking at it and we're saying, is it going to be wrong to say, Justin Madugo, you've done your beat, even from there where you are, just hand over to maybe the assistant coach or someone who will be coming in, and let's see what that person has to offer. But nothing has been done. Is this something that you expected because that's Nigeria, or you think this is a control measure? Let's see forth or see through the playoff game with the South Africans before we can now come back and start restructuring.
Okay, well, let me answer it two ways. One, on the part of Justin Madugo, the intention to resign, it is strictly a personal matter anywhere in the world. You resign the right to either it was right, not that's it, all of whatever concern you want to talk about. So the decision as to whether somebody should throw in the towel or not is fundamental to that human being, and he has the guaranteed right under God, under Son, under anywhere to remain in that office. So that's a personal decision. However, if you come to the football administration itself, which is the Nigerian Football Federation, you will think that they copy what happens anywhere in the world. You understand? To say, look, when you fail to deliver on an assignment, you fire the coach, or you yourself as chief of that football federation, you throw in the towel. In this case, since the right to throw in the towel is also guaranteed for Guso as the president of NFF, and indeed the members of the NFF executive, so you expect that as the headship of the football federation, they should rather be telling Justin Madugo, Oga, you need to find somewhere to go and cool off first. Let us put another person in charge. Whether we win or not, we'll chart a new course from where we are at the moment. And that's where I also share in the place of Segun Odegbami to say, look, we've not had the right people run football in Nigeria. Just maybe if the right people were running football, or maybe we have the right kind of people wanting to run football, just maybe we may have this scenario where somebody throws in the towel and say, no, under my headship, under 17 didn't qualify for World Cup. Under my headship, under 21 didn't qualify. Even under as small as WAFU is, where the Flying Eagles couldn't qualify from, it's just ordinary WAFU made up of 15 countries. Not even the Africa as a whole. Just small WAFU. We couldn't qualify. We couldn't qualify for Women World Cup. We are going through a tortuous route now. We couldn't qualify for the Men World Cup and several other football competitions, like that. Why don't I just throw in the towel? Just maybe if we have the right people running a football administration in Nigeria. That's why I said, well, and share in some of the sentiments of Segun Odegbami. But then it is not a foolproof, that they must resign. There's no full proof for that.
All right. Mr. Olaikoige, before I let you go, because we need to get to the phone lines to take the thoughts of the listeners out there, I just want to ask you this one last question. Reports coming in from Morocco states that Super Falcons coach Justin Madugo is considering a goalkeeper change ahead of the crucial playing clash against South Africa. According to him, he believes Chiamaka's costly error, that's Chiamaka Nadozie's costly error, was what gifted Cameroon that 1-0 victory in the quarterfinal stage. And you know that Chiamaka has also been plagued with so many ill performances in that Women's African Cup of Nations. The very first game against Malawi, she was blamed for most of those goals that led to that defeat right there. Do you think that at this point is the right time for Justin Madugo to make that switch in between the sticks for the Super Falcons, or he should just stick with Chiamaka Nadozie, as as well said, the devil you know is far better than the angel that you do not know?
Osas, is it not even laughable that we are discussing this kind of matter? To me, it's laughable. In fact, why should it even be the news that Madugu is considering changing goalkeeper? I'm shocked. I'm seriously shocked. That is a decision the coach should determine and not put it in the news, whether he's considering changing goalkeeper or not. It more or less shows the incompetence of the coach.
All right.
A reasonable coach will take a decision. Okay, is this what we should be debating now? Should the keeper stay? Should Chiamaka stay? Should she not stay? So is she waiting for the votes of Nigerians to determine whether to change a goalkeeper or not? Is it not? Does it not sound laughable to you?
It sounds definitely sounds.
Yeah, we are in the midst of trying to qualify for a female World Cup through a tortuous route. And the only thing that occupies the mind of the coach of Nigeria is whether he should change our goalkeeper or not. It's laughable. It shows incompetence. They say you don't change a winning team.
Yes.
Or if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In this case, it is broken. Is it not broken? It is broken. So why don't you fix what is broken? Is that what we should be subjecting to national debate? My brother, also as it's laughable.
Very laughable.
It shows that we are not even a serious-minded country.
All right.
During the course of last season, at a time, what's his name? Alan was struggling to score goals in the Man City shirt. What did Guardiola do? He benched Alan. I brought in Omar Mamouche.
Yeah.
That's a coach that was thinking. That is how you know a coach. That's how you know that a coach is what it's called.
All right.
What Madugu said, no, Osas, I beg. We joke too much in this our country. I beg.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Olaliko Ege. It's been a wonderful experience talking with you, talking Nigerian football right here with you. It's so unfortunate that we need to go to the phone line right now. Else, I would have wanted to keep Lucky from Abia State.
Yes, Lucky from Abia State. Yes, this man talk my mind now.
All right.
Yes, supposed to they bench more.
Okay.
Yes, for me, the man talk my mind, waiting there inside my mind.
All right.
Chiamaka not she waits more.
All right.
For the throwing of the towel or NFF or whatever, my brother, you know go walk.
All right.
As far as Nigeria is concerned, you know go walk.
All right.
Because if you do well, here you day in your office, yes, you're supposed to spend in your office. If you not say you know they do well, go in the government, local government chairman, anywhere you stay, go your house, leave that office.
All right.
So that others will come in.
Okay.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Lucky from Abia State, for your thoughts there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Daniel from Port Harcourt.
Daniel from Port Harcourt. Let's go.
You see, Nigeria football, as long as I'm concerned, I will blame one, NFF.
Okay.
Two, tribalism.
All right.
And NFF are the ones that cause tribalism.
All right.
Coach like, you know Ladambozo?
Yes, I do.
They will always give him contracts. My brother, you are a sports president. Check out the man's track record.
I mean, you will see them appoint him, reappoint him. Over 20 years ago, from Canada 2007. So when I saw some of the lists of this Wafu under 20, I saw the list. I told my wife, these guys are not going anywhere.
All right.
It's a lie. I mean, if Nigeria, any FFO, because they're in charge of football, if they should leave tribalism and go to grassroots, choose better footballers that will play this game. Nigeria will excel. I'm not lying to you, honestly.
All right.
When I go to Port Harcourt Township, I see boys playing. They're not from my place. They're not from my place. I'm not from.
All right.
You see them playing. You see good footballers, bro. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Name, location?
Chinda from Chinda.
All right, Chinda from Chinda. Welcome to the show. Let's go.
A father that refused to accept responsibility and accept fault. I've always take his fault to the children and the wife.
All right.
That father can never succeed.
Okay.
The problem.
Oh, we lost you there, Chinda. Chinda, please do well to call back and air your thoughts. I guess the network wasn't friendly there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's doubled at 0701-933-9962. We have this WhatsApp message here. It's coming from Ernest from Woji. He says, nothing like tribalism in NFF. They only appoint people that they can owe salaries. I can bet you that the Super Falcons coach have not been paid, but he will never complain because he's not white. Ernest from Moji. Ernest, thank you so much for your thoughts there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Thank you very much. I greet everybody in that studio.
Welcome.
My name is Barry Dikiadom, the radio governor. In Gokananda, Barry Dikiadom, the radio governor. I'm calling from Ada George, close to Jinja.
All right. Welcome.
Well, let me first of all talk with the family of the player that lost his life. I'm not surprised at all. You know, the healthcare in this country is in another state, honestly speaking. In the state of hanky-panky.
Okay.
We don't have a good healthcare in this country. Yes, that's a fact. See, if you need any medical sickness, just walk inside any government hospital, they go right and give you with small money. So, yes, the proper medical examination, was done on that player. Therefore, if the text says, you get heart issue, blah, 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 all the rest. I'm not even surprised. Maybe there was no medical examination. Yes. Okay. But may so rest in perfect peace. Then, as for that, does the Super Falcons goalkeeper, I think that lady, she don't turn on now. Let her just Kukuma drop her. Yeah. There's this fine lady, what's her name?
Oloko, yes, Blessing Oloko.
Yeah, I think she's good. Let them try her.
All right.
During this qualifier.
All right.
And lastly, Odegbami, the way they talk as if you know everything for the Nigerian football. I know saying a legend in be. But one thing, we don't see other legends where they talk as if they know everything. But when they enter that position, they don't go fit do anything again. Look at example JJ Okota. Or when take over FA for
Delta State, yeah.
Nothing. Look at what Kanu Wanko is doing presently. You don't see they handle this thing. But when they are they will talk as if maybe they know everything. But when they are given that opportunity to make decisions and to do, they will come the fluctuate.
All right.
So I don't know. In fact, our NFA, our people running our football in this country, they are corrupt just like our politics. That's why Nigerian football can never go anywhere. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Barry Digiadon, for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is doubled at 0701-933-9962. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Mudio speaking from Bandre.
All right, welcome to the show.
I greet everybody in the studio.
We greet you too.
Why did our folks want to remove the United States? You will see security in the camp. Some people will not, some of these guys will not be happy. It's better you use all this player and finish anywhere when they are end.
Okay.
Competition. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
All right, thank you so much for keeping it short and simple. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. We've talked a lot right from the beginning of the show. We had Mr. Olaliko Ige join us, giving his explicit and very professional view on all that is happening within Nigerian football. We've heard Shogun Odegwami. It's a clarion call from him there saying it's time for us to change what we have in our football. Do you agree with him at this point? 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I agree with guys in that.
Welcome, Kablo Barry.
Yeah. Yes, that journalist don't talk finish. Now, one of the journalists said that they respect for River State.
All right.
Yes, and I follow them for so long. But the people when they blame now, the people wait because the guy one association waiting they run this football when I start to follow football.
Okay.
Then those ones that be the answer association.
Nigerian
And
Football Association.
The guy man will be the head and that time was either Baribota Romson.
Okay.
Yes. You see those set of people, those set of people that would have made Nigeria football to become football. But from the time, I don't know people will just go do that thing and just change the name to that federation. Once they just carry that thing from association, from federation. Now from that day, at this month, even my elder brother, one of my brother will be referee for fight. When this first problem start, he talk and say this thing will bring problem for Nigeria football.
Okay.
And me, I didn't like that man because if they try to fight government to come out their hand for football, make football be private,
all right.
Go run out.
All right.
They say, good. From that time, they change them. And the problem, people with government, they put for power. Now they see our football.
All right.
Coach, you know do well, you know fit you down one corner. You dey expect make person tell you say come on this player for pitch, put another player as a coach. Where you be, where you get your own team, where you train.
All right.
Make person tell you say change player for match.
Okay.
Where that kind of one they happen. So these are football for Nigeria. We now something where they say we know fit come out man, but then just they carry us in. Just be like when our mouth don't smell, we go just open mouth. So when we don't talk, we will talk, we keep quiet.
All right.
Now waiting and they carry us. If not, we now place where things they go well.
All right.
Those all of them from the show to this other one where they saying we still go coach people on Thursday. I don't know what anyone coach. When saying we still day there on Thursday.
All right.
Instead of us to work out, but as now Nigeria, they know
they don't leave.
From when
all
they
right.
do well.
All right, Kabulobari, let's
thank
you so much for being very considerate there. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, my brother. Obina is here.
Obina, welcome.
Let me talk about this girls that lose to Cameroon.
All right, go on quickly, just 40 seconds.
Yes, because the coach is the problem. I don't know who appointed that man as the coach. I said when you come back, let them send him out anything concerning football. If he's a civil servant work, let them give him. He's not a coach.
Okay.
What is killing Nigerian football is who you know and tribalism too. Yes. That man does not qualify to coach those girls. That's the truth. They have the quality of players, but he is not qualified. I don't know who is appointing them.
The NFF it is.
That man profile. Where did he play as a footballer or where? Well, just let them come back. That man does not qualify to be any coach.
All right.
He's supposed to be in area that selling something. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is where we draw the curtain on the show this beautiful afternoon. It's been fun and amazing doing this with you. I can still see the phone lines buzzing, but I'm so sorry we can't take any further calls because of time. Thank you for being there. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to Olaliko Ige as well as Uvie Wallace, who did this show with me. We'll be back here tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack and 3 to 4 p.m. for today's Sports Live. Until then, my name still remains Osas Ihiwin, and I'm saying stay lifted, stay blessed, don't touch it, leave it on Today 95.1 FM. Madam Dawn is up next with the news updates.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Dawn Wilson. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has expressed concern over what he describes as the steady erosion of democratic values and institutions in Nigeria. Speaking at an event held in Bauchi State, Obi reflected on his legal battle, noting that he spent 3 years in court before reclaiming his mandate through judicial rulings. He said the independence and integrity demonstrated by the judiciary at the time would be difficult to replicate in present-day Nigeria. Obi also criticized what he described as practices by some academics, lawyers, lawmakers, and religious leaders that weaken the country's electoral and governance systems. He further urged Nigerians to critically examine the state of democratic institutions and resist actions capable of undermining credible elections and public trust in governance. Borno South Senator Ali Ndume has called on President Bola Tinubu to ensure the direct transfer of funds meant for the recently approved salary increase for the personnel of the Nigerian Armed Forces. Ndume made the call on Tuesday in a statement saying the salary review demonstrates the president's commitment to tackling insecurity in the country. Recall that President Tinubu last week approved a salary increase for about 250,000 personnel of the Nigerian Armed Forces. The lawmaker said the government should ensure that the funds are transferred directly to the military to guarantee prompt payment. According to Ndume, the salary review, alongside the recent expansion of military divisions from 8 to 12, shows that the president has a blueprint for tackling terrorism and banditry. The Borno South Senator therefore urged the federal government to also ensure the prompt provision of arms, ammunition, and other logistics needed by the military to effectively combat insecurity. The Rivers State Police Command has announced plans to commence strict enforcement of Operation Velvet, which they say is aimed at ensuring compliance with all existing traffic laws and regulations across the state. In a statement by the Command Public Relations Officer, Assistant Superintendent of Police, Agabe Blessing Carbolo, said the operation is in line with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu. The statement revealed that the enforcement exercise Operation Velvet will commence on 17th August of this year, following the growing disregard for traffic rules, resulting in gridlocks, obstruction of traffic flow, and avoidable risks to the lives of road users. The statement quoted the Commissioner of Police, Rivers State Command, CP Olugbenga Adepoju, directing all area commanders, divisional police officers, and tactical commanders to ensure full compliance and effective enforcement of Operation Velvet within their respective areas of responsibility. The Commissioner of Police, however, issued a strong warning to all officers deployed for Operation Velvet to strictly avoid any form of extortion, harassment, intimidation, abuse of office, or other unprofessional conduct during the enforcement exercise. The statement also declared that Rivers State Police Command remains committed to the effective implementation of Operation Velvet, safer roads, free-flowing traffic, effective policing, respect for human rights, and the protection of lives and property. On the foreign scene, Lebanon's parliament has abolished the death penalty, making the country the first in the Middle East to formally end capital punishment. The decision, confirmed by the Parliament Speaker's office on Tuesday, codifies suspension on executions that had been in place since 2004. Justice Minister Adel Nassar described the decision as historic, saying the death penalty had previously hindered Lebanon's efforts to secure the extradition of suspects from countries where capital punishment is prohibited. The abolition is part of a series of bills being considered during the current legislative session, including a general amnesty law that has been under discussion for several years. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening. I'm Don Wilson. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the current are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stands, read.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You're welcome to Japajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand pidgin English? Yes, sir. Okay, now what we go use this for? Okay, carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. The answer you get now waiting, they make come and they cry. The answer you get now waiting, they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting, they make young boys and girls join party. Answer you get now waiting, they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then no need to grant a bail. Get it, oh. Everybody, join Jambajantis, solve mathematics. We did our continent, so you both say about mass. We go use takes of mathematics. So follow Java.
Time checking is 8 minutes gone past the hour 4. So welcome you to another edition of the platform on radio, your premium talk station. Today 95.1 FM in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. I am Priye. Is Ogo. I shall give insights to some of the news reports making the rounds. The platform on radio is a program where we dissect trending issues with our correspondent reports. Our correspondent out there some reports from the field, and on this program we take their reports and have them give us more details. Perhaps you get to hear what is not entirely in the news. On the menu today, Peter Obi accuses lawmakers, religious leaders, sons of defending forgery. In the second story, Ogoni activist alleges illegal resumption of oil exploration. And the last story, two reportedly killed as rival cult group clash at Ignatius Ajuru University of Education. You know definitely the show will be interactive where you have to share your thoughts on any of these three stories. But before we kickstart, you can connect with us via our social media and on YouTube Live at Today951FM, at Today951FM, on Facebook at Today95.1FM, at Today95.1FM, on Instagram, X, Twitch, and Thread is at TodayFM951, at TodayFM951. You can listen audio only via the website todayfmlive.com. Click listen live via the homepage or from the menu list. Connect also through TuneIn and Garden City apps. Search for Today 95.1 FM and you can listen from any part of the world. So let's kickstart with the very first story. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), Peter Obi, has accused senators, members of the House of Representatives, and senior advocate of Nigeria SANS of defending forgery in Nigeria. Obi, who spoke in Mbaushi on Tuesday, also accused some religious leaders of praying for politicians he described as criminal. He said lawmakers who removed forgery as an offense in electoral matters, while some senior advocates of Nigeria were defending forgery. Obi also criticized the judiciary, recalling his experience while challenging his election in court and expressing concern over what he described as a decline in integrity of institutions. He urged Nigerians to examine the state of the country and ask themselves where the nation is heading. Do you agree with Idobi that lawmakers and legal practitioners are contributing to the weakening of Nigerians' fight against electoral malpractice? What should be done to restore public confidence in Nigerian political and judicial institutions? And the last story, religious leaders. A lot of people have complained in the past that, oh, religious leaders, we see their romance with um, politicians. We've heard Islamic clerics make statements in public and supporting politicians. We have also seen Christian religious leaders sometimes to support politicians, and we also see them to go against politicians. Do you think religious leaders across the country, including traditionalists, they are part of the problem that is actually taking us back as a nation? How can we improve the trust, public trust, in our electoral system, and also how can we trust the institution from judiciary, from the political angle and all? Phone number remains 0810-9510951. 0810-9510951. You can send us a text message, a WhatsApp message, a voice note via this number 0701 9339 962 Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening today, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
This is Akuku from Apokeche.
Bakuku, your thoughts?
Let me tell you, today, problem we are having, one, the traditional rulers and the clergymen in this country are one of the problems we are having. When they see a politician who gave them money, you're able to dance on behalf of those people. If the clergyman, look at what the man is saying, and now they can criticizing the Christianity. They are minority. They are this, they are dominated, Muslims dominated. You know what I'm talking about? And that's why I praise that man from Yoruba who speaks to Ahmed Tinubu. How can he go second tenor when we are hungry, when people are dying? I still praise us until tomorrow. Another one is judiciary. Judiciary is the worst people that kill this country woefully. Judiciary, we don't have judiciary. Because when you give them money at their sitting inside his video house, they forget about the wrong the man is doing. They were able to rely on him. You see, these three people are the people, they are collective men have killed this country. Let me stop here. Thank you. This is Akuku from Okeche.
Thank you very much, Dakuku. Dakuku included traditional rulers. So, looking at the politicians, the lawmakers, the religious leaders, and of course, senior advocate, the lawyers, which are actually, do you think, are the problem of this country, or all of them? And how can we actually get that public trust, that public confidence in our system? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Obina is here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Obina, your thoughts?
Yes, I want to support what Peter B is saying because some of these religious leaders, they are a problem. Okay, let me show you an example. See that man they call Sheikh Gumi. He's a very well-known religious leader they know in the north. See his attitude, natural attitude about this terrorist group and how they are. If you see where they are loading cash, they show on videos and people are supporting them, politicians are supporting them. How are we going to stop all this? I think they have implemented it in the system already by giving amnesty to criminals. So we have to do the needful and stop it. Yes.
Thank you very much. Important. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Yeah, good evening. Nebu, your thoughts? Can you speak up a little bit, Nebu?
Okay, that's me. Can you hear me?
It's better now.
That's me. I'm not talking about the people I'm talking about giving charge to politicians and racial nuances. Now, that's why I think against the government that if the government gives them money, they not about the government. If they come to the house and give them 1 billion naira to support them, not support them. Who don't like money in this country? Every man doesn't like money to live fine to take care of their children and their family. Traditional rulers do not do anything about this country. They not at our traditional ruler. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, prayer.
Yeah, good evening.
The matter King of Papa.
Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, Obi at some point is not far from the truth. It's just that our leaders are turning blind eye to the people, the instrument to the problem we are having, in the country, in the society. You talk about the treasury rulers, they are the ones that are very close to our community. And those, anybody that is a law offender come from a particular community, and the people know such people. And when the traditional rulers, they take bribes, they close their eyes, they, provide justice, how do you think the society can progress? And you see our leaders, they will know what is happening, instead of them to enforce law. When somebody breaks the law, you should be able to stop themselves. But you see them, because they are highly connected, they try to cover things up. We are far from developing with this kind of style. I just pray God will help us.
Thank
our
you.
leaders will wake up, know that any place of a position you find yourself, you are there to serve, and you will give account one day.
Thank you very much.
There are days of accountability.
Thank you very much.
Here before the life beyond.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move to the next story. An activist and convener of the Ogoni Development Drive, ODD, Solomon Leno, has raised concern about what he describes as the illegal resumption of oil exploration activities in Ogoniland by the federal government. Speaking to Today FM's Priye Zogo, Leno alleged that Renaissance Oil Company, which acquired Shell's onshore assets alongside Sahara Energy, has commenced the laying of pipelines in Dai, local government area of Rivers State, as part of plans to resume oil production. He claimed that the company had said the proposed oil extraction site falls within Oyibo local government area, which shares a disputed boundary with Thai. Leno also accused political stakeholders in Ogoniland of failing to speak out against what he described as unjust activities allegedly being carried out by the federal government.
Connivance between Renaissance, the former Shell, and Sahara Energy. And the activity you are seeing there is happening in Ogoniland, in local government to be precise. And we have been complaining. And let me even tell you one thing that is very, very troubling that these people have been doing. These people have been insisting that that place is illegal. Whereas if you go there and do your investigation, you will discover that it is Ogoni land, Ogoni communities. And what they've been doing in the past is to connect with some unscrupulous politicians at the National Assembly and other levels to shut the people up.
Leno called on the federal government to first implement the recommendations contained in the proposal of the dialogue committee headed by Professor Don Baridan before proceeding with any plans to resume oil production in Ogoniland. He urged the government to engage directly with the Ogoni people and ensure that discussions on the resumption of oil production are transparent, sincere, and based on mutual understanding.
So that they can come to the table for proper discussion. The confidence building lecture you've not completed, discussion has not even begun. As I speak to you, you are now seeing pictures of pipe being laid. So it is unfortunate, my brother. If they continue, I can tell you that there is going to be another round of crisis, heavy crisis that will also consume the life of a lot of persons. This matter we are talking about is in the head actions that fall out of this only oil crisis. And in these places that are talking to you about.
The major talking point showed the federal government resume oil production in Ogoniland without first reaching an agreement with the Ogoni people. Should they exhaust the agreement, the dialogue committee, the recommendation from the dialogue committee headed by Professor Don Baridon, they talked about the Federal University of Environment, they talked about the cleanup of Ogoniland. A lot of things are in that particular report. Potable water, hospitals, a lot of things are in that particular report. Should they be done with that report before the kickstart resumption of oil in Ogoniland? What conditions should be met before oil exploration resumes in Ogoniland? Or do you think people are overreacting? Maybe government just needs to start, because they say anything under the ground belongs to the government and the surface belongs to you. So should the people just maybe accept their faith and let the government continue so they can generate revenue, or the people should pause it, continue pausing it? It's over 30 years and there's no oil exploration in Ogoniland. Should it continue till they are done with the cleanup process, till they are being sincere with the people, and the people come into total agreement with federal government and oil multinational company for the kickstart? What will be the best way in resolving this particular issue? Phone number remains 0810 9510 951, 0810 9510 951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice note via this number 0701 9339 962. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Dakuku, your thoughts?
The problem of Ogun with the situation of with the government. The problem from Ogun, and I've seen a lot of Ogun people who die under this issue, but today nothing is happening in Ogun. Let them, I've got Garanta who had that they give them 300 million, converted to Nigerian money. In that Nigerian money, 419 billion naira. What is there? Where is the money? Where are they seeing the money? But today, a lot of people have get up this money. Ogoni remains like this. Ogoni stand. I stand with Ogoni. For them to come up and do that, to clean up in Ogoni. Ogoni to clean. When I went to Ogoni, I was so shocked. Look at the community who have oil. You see a mosque house. See the house. And even if the church is better than Ogoni, we don't have oil. It's too alarming for them to be in that condition. Are you hearing me? $300 billion convert to 490 billion. It's a small money. Where is the money? Where did they keep the money? They put the money. Let them hold us to hold the money responsible. Let me stop here. Thank you. This is Aku from Okeche.
Thank you very much, Daku. Keep the calls coming through 0810 9510 951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice note via this number 0701 9339 962. What conditions should be met before oil exploration resumes in Ogoni land? Lost that call. Hello, good evening.
Yes, this is Archie from LMS.
Archie, your thoughts, sir?
Yeah.
I can hear you clearly, Archie. I will lose that call. The lines are acting up, but try and keep calling. You will definitely get to us in the studio. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Obina is here.
Obina, your thoughts?
My brother, have you visited that Ogoni area? I don't know when the last time you visited that
I've visited almost all the communities in Ogoni land.
Now, and then, is that place look like the people that have oil that they kill inside the river? That place you saw, you say you have visited all the is really like let me use Dubai as an example. The rest Dubai have oil and the indigenous are benefiting. And you mentioned that the government say what is on the ground is their own. If they're taking what is on the ground, my brother, let me tell you the truth. If at all they change the kill the federal rural guy, they have not developed that place. That means something is wrong. All this social cultural group, Mosop, asking different names, destroying their community. Even after killing of Sarawak, they have been killing each other by themselves alone. So I don't think they want to develop that place. The indigenous of that Ogoni land don't want to develop Ogoni. The evidence and fact is there. I remember when they say one iPad big tank. One fake tank can nearly fall and kill people. Just a tank. So they are not serious. And the
Thank you very much.
The indigenous of the place.
Thank you very much, Obina. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Zion. Your thoughts?
It's unfortunate that the Ogonis have allowed some of their brothers to be used to infiltrate and sabotage the efforts of the Ogoni legends who paid supreme price for Ogoni to be here. Professor Dam Baridam, if he's an honest man to the Ogoni people, he would have declined that respect or that honor being given to him to lead a delegation or a panel. When we have a UNEP report that covers Ogoni needs for 30 years, he sidelined that report and he wants to be a delegation to come and discuss it to Ogoni people with what? You see that so-called panel lacks the integrity to interface with the Ogoni people. That is why they have never come out with one report. There is a world-class report that covers the need of a neglected people, that protect their interests and even their survival. But their own brother rejected that report. I want to ask all those people who are in that panel, can one of them tell me their brother, one of their brother that was killed along Kensaruwiwa?
Thank you very much.
This is how we
Thank
are.
you.
We always benefit from other
Thank
people's
you very
activities.
much. Thank you. Cable calls coming through 0810-9510951. 0810-9510951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice note wireless number 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962. The lines are acting up, but keep trying. Definitely you'll get to us in the studio. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Pierre.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Michael.
Michael, your thoughts?
You see, the federal government should be blamed for all this. Even the Ogoni that have been alleged to have, collided to work against their people. That is the handwork of the federal government, their agents or their agents. You know, their style of divide and rule. They'll bring a brother, one head to another, join them together, just to let there be crisis. You see? So they're not sincere. They know what to do. All this money that they are using to develop Lagos, Abuja, and other projects, Okota Highway and others, is it not coming from Niger Delta? They know the right thing to do. Those elect reports, they can implement it within 6 months if they wish. So let them keep on deceiving themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's squeeze in one call before we move to the next story. 0810-9510951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice note wireless number 0701-9339-962. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Just call to greet.
Oh, she called to greet. Oh, that's new. And keep the calls coming through 0810-9510951. And let's move to the next story. Two people have reportedly died in a court clash involving two rival groups at Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Rumolumini, in Obiakpo local government area of River State. The incident reportedly occurred in a broad daylight during the Students' Week June Carnival, when suspected cultists took over the campus and exchanged gunfire for about 20 minutes. Two victims were said to have died during the crossfire, although it remains unclear whether they were members of rival cult groups. The clash is believed to be linked to a supremacy battle between two suspected cult groups, which students say has become a recurring issue at the institution. A student and a security guard who confirmed the incident alongside a video circulating on social media blamed the university management for allegedly failing to adequately synergize with security agencies to protect students, staff, and visitors. They called for urgent action by the university management and relevant security agencies to prevent further violence on the campus. The development comes days after two students were reportedly apprehended with locally made pistols during their final year examinations, while other students was previously traced to her lodge and allegedly murdered by suspected cultists. Meanwhile, the SCG president of Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Alex Nodim Ono, dismissed reports that suspected cultists engaged in a gunfire battle within the university premises. Nodim Ono, in an interview with Today.FM, described the report as misleading and sensational, stressing that the only gunshots reportedly heard within the university were fired by the police within the air to disperse some unknown persons who had entered the institution. He further explained that some persons had entered the institution during the ongoing SUG celebration.
They noticed that some kind of strange faces were in the school. They did not do bad things. There was no confrontation of any gunshot or shooting in the school. The only thing was that the police people shot the gun on air to scare the bad people away. And immediately, in fact, there was total calmness in the school.
Nodding, however, commended the university management for its readiness to strengthen both the security architecture of the institution and the academic environment, stating that it is necessary for safety and effective learning process. He also assured the university that the SCG will remain committed to working with the management and relevant security agencies to maintain peace, ensure that students participate in academic and extracurricular activities within the area.
The management of the school does not relate when it comes to security, which led by our Professor Okechukwu, a man who always loved the students, does not play with the students' life. Him and his team, they have tried, and believe me, the security of the school also tried to make sure there was calmness, and immediately the so-called strange faces were removed from the school. There was total calmness.
Meanwhile, River State Police Commander Smith claims by the president of the Student Union Government of Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Romolemini in Obiakpo local government area, that the gunshot reportedly shot during the court clash were released by the police. In a statement released by the Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Agabe Blessing Kabolo, confirmed that the incident which occurred at the university was a clash between two cult groups. ASP Blessing said the police responded promptly and arrived at the scene in good time, successfully brought the situation under control, insisting that no shots were fired by police as the officers only took proportionate measures necessary to contain and arrest the situation. The statement, however, claimed that no lives were lost as members of the groups fled the scene while investigation is ongoing. Now, identify and apprehend those involved. Now, let me read a statement by the university. The management of Ignatius Ajuri University, Lumini, Port Harcourt, River State, has dismissed reports of court clash or related activities in the campus during the Student Week activities. In a statement by the Public Relations Officer, Ngozi Okiridu, said the operations of Nigerian police were deployed on ground for crowd control and to ensure the safety of students, which she claimed is a standard practice at university due to the history of hoodlums attempting to take advantage of such large gatherings to cause violence and attack. The statement claimed that throughout the day, law and order were maintained and that firearms were only considered as a last resort in situations when lives of students were assessed to be at risk. The statement further claimed that no casualties were recorded as no student or persons were killed or injured during the activities. It would interest you to know that accounts of the president of the Student Union Government of the institution is contradicting to the account of the school management, which also contradicted the accounts of River State Police Command. Now there's confusion. The university management is saying a different thing. The Nigerian police, they're saying something totally different. And of course, the Student Union Government, they're saying something different. Who should we blame? Who should we actually trust in this situation? They said nobody died. The Student Union Government, they're talking about, oh, everything was in play. They did not know the guys. It was basically an unknown face, not court clash. And the police are saying this is court clash. The management, they are saying another thing. How can we protect students? Who should be held responsible when court clashes occur on a university campus? The student, university management, or security agencies? What practical measures can be taken to stop recurring court violence in tertiary institution? We know the location. It's quite close to Tumbia. It's also close to the other church axis. So easily people can come through the water, people also come through land, they can also come through the Obogoro axis. And so how can we protect the student? If you look at similar situation also happened some couple of years ago at RSU, where even the governor visited, where some students were raped. So how can we protect students in campus? Phone number remains 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice note via this number 0701-9339-962. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Priye.
Yeah, good evening.
Obi nice, yeah.
Obi, your
my
thoughts?
brother, yes, Obi nice, yeah. You started by saying that the report of 2 people killed in the court class in River State.
Yeah, according to some investigation from...
now, I don't know where you are getting your own. Now, play the voice of the student union president, the woman that represents the school, and the blessing.
Yeah, the Nigerian police, yeah.
So something is wrong. And this has been the system in this country. I don't know who they are protecting. Tomorrow, now, paper will start writing something else. And I don't know whether I would blame Nigerian media and journalists. Whether there's what they call investigating journalism on ground information.
That's why I read Obina, that's why I read the first reports. Because we did ask some students said and 2 persons died. We asked some security personnel within the environment. They said in private that someone died. But when the police are making statements, you can't argue with the police. They are authorities in this.
The student union president is supposed to report that 2 people died. He's not saying it. The woman that reported from the school did not say it. Police is even not saying it. Let me give you an example. Like this thing that happened in Benue, people say they should give them 500,000 for harvesting crop, and they use bandits. Meanwhile, Benue people say it's cattle wearers. We take it for the 7th. The paper is writing a bandit. Well, something is wrong, my brother.
Thank you very much, Obino. And keep the calls coming through 0810-9510-951. How can we align these 3 statements, that of the SCG, that of the police, and also the management of the institution? Also look at what report is coming out from the school. So who can we believe, and how can we protect students? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion.
Zion, your thoughts?
I am not surprised that we have degenerated to this point in the history of Nigeria, that we cannot get one report to an event. We can't. Even the one you see with your eyes, they will tell you that it's either AI generated or it's Photoshop. What is wrong with us? This wasn't the nation our fathers fought for us. For what? How to protect the students? There's ID card. Every student must have that ID card. Are they going to proliferate it? Yes. So the school management should go further and develop professional ID card with holographic design to secure. Let us ID card have security. And every student coming to the school must put on their ID card, must be visible. Number 1. Then number 2, departmental overview. And even the SUG. There must be an ad hoc committee that goes to truly ascertain, identify these students. Whenever there is, then the security will show up. It's a parameter fenced environment, but I think I will blame the media. The media are no longer working. I won't say that much. If they are seen truly as a fortress of the estate, the same budget the executive receive, the same budget the judiciary receive, the same budget should also be given to the fortress of the estate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're almost taking 2 minutes. You try as much as possible to manage your time. It's supposed to be 1 minute. Try and manage your time so we can accommodate a lot. Of course, we were calling when you were actually calling. So try, Mr. Zion, try and manage your time. Time management is also key for national development. Phone number remains 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
I'm on to pray.
Yes, you're live on radio, Today 95.1 FM.
Your voice is, make it all the baby so I can follow you. Pray is coming the Kabari.
Kabari, your thoughts, sir?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, not just, I want to blame the Vice Chancellor of institutions. I've made separate posts where I stated, I said, the essence of education in Nigeria. In Nigeria, not in you, not in me. In Nigeria in particular, has been eroded. Are you with me? And it has affected lots. SUG you're talking about is not a political. You see, the VC of Ignatius, the late last born, I can't sleep. Yes, you have not told me. I know the father, I know the mother. He's here for the same family. I didn't state this on the previous show. The man is a good man. I've never benefited from him. I've never met him before. I know his house. If I drive through his house, why is the University of Port Harcourt here? But I've never branched his compound. He doesn't know me in person. Are you with me? So the problem here is that the government are not penalizing the voters, my brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move to the text message portal. We need to manage our time properly. Let's start with this message. Good evening to you, Mr. Pri. I am Ebereshi of Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. It is time our security agencies shine their light on the cult activities in our education center before it got out of hand. God help us all. Next message. The problem of Ogoni today is the likes of Ken Sarewa are no longer in Ogoni. Their present leaders are after their personal pockets. What of their $300 million? Which people shared it? They gave them university but took away the management from them. They are no longer talking of governorship. They are now into deceit and disciple. I'm trying to get that word. Coalition, I beg. Leave them. This one, Nduka, your words are not too clear. And let's move this one. Good evening, Mr. Priye, Reverend Edekachi Amadi in Omoma. In a nutshell, the problem of Nigeria is a weak constitution that has made the politicians, etc., more stronger and powerful. I ask, how can there be illegal oil exploration in a lawful nation? It beats my imagination that the fish that lays the golden egg is threatened with passion year in, year out by the government. Thank you very much. Let's do this one. Greetings to you, Pri. I like to refer to the biblical injunction that says human government and institution cannot heal the world. Political institution, religious institution, and other social institution cannot heal our part of the world. Try as we may, we will end up running around the circle. This one Friday, Olu from Uniport. Let's move to the WhatsApp platform. So we have some couple of voice notes. Let's squeeze in this voice notes.
Good morning, Kelly.
I think that's the one. Okay, yeah, this is it.
Good afternoon, presenter. I don't understand your question. Is it only Obi that is saying that they are defending their forgery? For somebody that went to school that have never been funded before he graduate or before he pass out. For somebody that failed the two major courses that Chicago the university requires before you graduate, English and the DC. For somebody that bears two names, female and male in Chicago University, that we have not even traced up to now, who is the real Tunubu? Okay, from even the Tunubu's camp, do you know that years back, Festus Keyamo was in court against Tunubu's result, and today he's defending Tunubu that a great man went to school from home. We are joking in this country. The day we youth wake up, they will learn.
Thank you very much. I don't think this was about just Tinubu. It was talking about the system in a whole, in a nutshell. Let me play this one.
My brother, good evening. My name is Comrade Dodo. Now, let me talk about two things. First, Peter will be talking about corruption in the judiciary. It's the bitter truth. The judiciary is the problem of this nation called Nigeria. The judiciary, INEC, some professors and PhD holders, and the security agencies are the problem of this country. If the sectors are clean, at least we have a better country called Nigeria. But if this is the head of the country, as long as the sectors are very bad and corrupt, we cannot have a good country. Two, federal government planning to resume oil exploration in Nigeria, in Ogoniland. I think what happened in 1993 is about to repeat itself. The genocide. They want to kill Ogoni people again because I see no reason why do we ignore the template that's on ground. Ogoni Bill of Rights. Even governorship is in the Ogoni Bill of Rights, but they've denied us everything. How many communities has released their oil because of, or how many ethnic nationalities have released their oil because of university? So I think this federal government is about to commit more genocide in Ogoniland, and Ogoni will die.
I need to cut that. Strong words. Let's go back to, you can comment on any of the stories we've discussed today. From the very first one, Peter Obi accuses lawmakers, SANS, religious leaders of defending forgery. The second story, Ogoni activist alleges illegal resumption of oil exploration. And the last story, two reportedly killed as rival cult groups clash at Ignatius Ajuru University of Education. Phone number remains 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion. I want to react to the comment credited to Peter Obi.
You can go on.
Yes, indeed, it's unfortunate how we are now busy defending forgery. There must be a court of competent jurisdiction that will now ascertain that indeed is forgery. A man that nobody have come up to say is my classmate. No school have even come out to show, no primary school, no secondary school, not even a university in Nigeria, that this is our student. As I'm here talking every day on radio, my classmates listening to me, they hear. My classmates, they listening, they hear. Even those who were in the same camp of the same year. How come only one man, nobody knows where he comes from? Nobody can ascertain his educational qualification.
Thank you very much, Zion.
That alone is a call for concern.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening.
Thank you so much.
Mascot, your thoughts.
Thank you. Priya, I think you have classmates. Yes, you should have classmates.
Yes, some of my classmates do call on this station.
Oh, my God. The God of all ages will bless you. Likewise, every individual that went to school, is it primary school, secondary school, university, postdoctoral, postgraduate, you must have classmates scattered all over the world and all over the country. Remember the incident that happened 2 years ago? When you saw one white man and said he was my classmate, that man debunked the claim that President Tinubu was never his classmate. Who are the classmates of President Tinubu? If it was not forgery, who are his classmates? But then George, who said he was a classmate?
We lost.
Network. Are you hearing me now?
Now, please just run. Oh, apologies. And keep the calls coming through. We'll squeeze in one more call. I think we have messages. Let's just go to the text message portal. Let's be fair to them. Good evening, Pri. The only genuine activist and freedom fighter Ogoni people had was Ken Sariwa and his team before they were betrayed by their own people. Unfortunately, politicians within and outside Ogoni land have turned Ogoni land into cash cow over the years. It will take a miracle for Ogoni lands to redeem. This is from Osas in Port Harcourt. We do this voice notes. Then one more call, then we're done.
Good evening, Priya. P is absolutely right. One of our major problems in this country is our National Assembly. In fact, these people, INEC, judiciary, police, kept Nigeria where Nigeria is today. The people, their National Assembly members are not representing Nigeria, but they are representing their personal interest and interest of Mr. President. How on earth will the National Assembly of the country support such atrocities? How on earth are you expect Nigeria to move forward? Look at the certificate of the president attending a school that was not even in existence when he graduated. How do you explain that? Someone who went to university but no primary and secondary results. How do you get university without those results? Nigeria. From some people.
Thank you very much. I will squeeze in one call, then we'll call it a wrap on today's edition of the platform on radio. Hello, you are last caller. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my beloved brother.
Yeah, good evening. You are last caller.
All right, Jacob Promise from Roma de Mayakla.
Your thoughts, sir?
My brother, at the age of that man, looking at the age of President Tinubu, compare then check as at the time when he was in primary school or secondary school. Please help me ascertain how many persons do you think will be his classmates or went to school at that time or could be able to afford going to school at that time? This is a general question I want to ask the public. And how many do you think will still be alive today? Or how many persons do you think we are able to afford school as at then? So now that is a very big question. So how do you think a man of that nature?
But we all know. I think Obasanjo and Abiola is a senior, and both of them are classmates in secondary school.
That's good. That's good. Did they went to the same school?
They went to the same school, Obasanjo and Abiola secondary school.
With Tinubu, right?
Not with Tinubu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On that note, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the Platform Radio. The platform is produced by the news department. The platform definitely will make a return tomorrow to have a lovely evening. Up next is Waiting They Happen with MC Kuro and Justice. I am Priye Izogu. Good evening.
Please listen to this infomercial.
You're listening to Money Talks. I am Godwin, and today I want to start with something a bit uncomfortable. Now, if you paid your rent in Port Harcourt 2 years ago and your renewal is due this quarter, you already know what I'm about to say. The same flat that was 2.5 million naira is now asking 4.5. Diesel for the office generator that was 700 naira a litre last December, you've already started budgeting differently. School fees is already on your doorstep. I bet it's higher too. So everybody's saying find another income. With the find another income comes people talking about learning how to trade as a viable source of income. Every advert on the radio, every billboard you see is geared towards trading. Even your neighbor's cousin on Instagram is now a forex coach. And honestly, after the other platforms that disappeared with people's money, my own question is, how are we supposed to know what is real? That's the conversation today. With me in the studio is Amal Momo from Vantage Market. Amal, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Godwin. And honestly, that's the right question to start with.
Okay, so let me push on it. A close friend lost about 400,000 naira last year to one trading signal group. They told him to put 50,000 naira. In 30 days, you'll have 200,000 naira. He put it. They went silent. Now, why should anyone listening today believe Forex when that's the experience most people have had?
You're right. I would be skeptical too. Let me just say what those platforms had in common, because once you see the pattern, you will never fall for it again. Number one, none of them were regulated. If a platform cannot tell you who their financial regulator is, walk away. Number two, they all promised fixed returns. Put X, get Y in 30 days. That's not trading. That's Ponzi structure. Real markets do not give fixed returns. Number three, you couldn't withdraw without referring 3 people. And lastly, number 4, the founder was usually anonymous or some random Instagram name.
Okay, so what makes Vantage Market different on those 4 points?
Vantage is regulated by the FSCA, the South African Financial Sector Conduct Authority, license number 51268. You can Google that license number while we're talking. You will find it. We're also regulated in the UK under FCA and Australia under ASIC. We've been operating globally for over 16 years. We are the official partners and sponsors of Ferrari in Formula One. None of this is hidden. We don't promise anyone a fixed return because nobody can. And every client withdraws to their own bank account. No referral required.
All right then, but I still don't fully understand what trading actually is. I mean, break it down for somebody who has only heard the word Forex.
Very simple. You're buying and selling the price movement of things that already exist in the world. Gold, oil, the dollar against the naira, Apple shares, Google shares, Tesla. You buy when you think the price will go up, you sell when you think it will go down. That's it. For example, what is happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz? You've heard the news, the tension between Iran and Israel, the threats to blocking the strait. Now, why does that matter to you sitting in your living room or office? Roughly 20% of the world's oil passes through that one narrow waterway. The moment there is tension, oil prices move. When Iran threatened to close it, oil jumped from around $70 a barrel to almost $80 in a matter of days. When the tension cooled, it dropped back. That movement up and down, that is what trading is. You benefit from price movements, and news like this helps you understand the direction of the market. You do this on a regulated platform, on your phone, on your laptop, and you set your own limits. Most importantly, you need knowledge. You need to learn how and what moves the market. The minimum to start with on Vantage is $50, not $500,000, $50.
Interesting. Now, talking about the price of oil, Is this why the price of fuel, recently increased? And is it possible for an individual to start small with trading?
Yes to both questions. The price of fuel is largely controlled by demand and supply. When the strait has been blocked, there is decrease in supply. This drives the price up as there is demand. So till the strait is fully functional, the current hike will likely continue. On the subject of starting small, with Vantage you can start with as little as 65,000 naira. And let me be honest with you and your listeners, because this is the part most adverts skip. You can lose money trading. Yes, if you don't learn first, your mindset is bent on doubling instead of accumulating. That is why the summit on Thursday exists. You don't start blind.
Now, that's the most honest thing I've heard a Forex person say on this show. So tell me about somebody who has done this. Give me one person, not generalizing or like people do.
Okay, take Mr. Marvin, a logistics supervisor in Port Harcourt who works with one of the logistics companies. He came to our Port Harcourt seminar in August last year, opened his account with 227,000 naira. In his first 3 weeks, he lost about 55,400 because he wasn't done with his classes and he was eager to start trading, so he skipped using stop losses. He almost gave up. He came back to the bootcamp, did the 8 sessions, learned risk management properly, and by the 4th month, he was consistent. As of today, Marvin has not bought a Lamborghini or a Bugatti yet. What he is doing consistently is adding around 300,000 naira to 500,000 naira a month to his salary on an average, and that's what he's paying his rent renewal this year.
And so, no Lambo, no landed property?
Not yet. And this is one of the core reasons why people lose when it comes to trading. They are carried away by the privileges others present. They forget these people took time to build and put in the work, and not everyone will have the same story. Then they set unrealistic expectations. Greed comes into play and you end up losing all in the market. Then you hear them saying trading is a scam. It is not. The way you trade or learn how to trade is what makes the difference.
Okay, tell us about the summit. What is it? When is it? And what does somebody walk away with?
The Vantage Market Smart Traders Workshop is on Thursday at Golden Tulip Hotel, 1 Ever Road, GRA, Port Harcourt, starting at 10 a.m. prompt. Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. 090-6059-3552. And it's free for a reason. I'll be transparent about it. Vantage ends when traders trade well over time. Educated and profitable traders are good for our business. So we'll rather train you properly than have you blow an account in 2 weeks and disappear. What you walk away with: number 1, a full 8-session beginner to advanced bootcamp lifetime access. Number 2, a one-on-one mentorship slot with a senior trader from our Dubai office. Number 3, a trading journal template. Number 4, our indicators that are normally only available to funded clients. 5, access to our trade portal that is powered by TradingView. If you are an advanced trader, you know what TradingView is. And 6, a guided demo account walkthrough so you can practice with virtual money before you risk real money.
That, I must say, is substantial. Now, how do we register?
Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. 090-6059-3552. We will respond with your confirmation and the venue details.
One more time for people who are, for instance, driving right now and can't write it down.
Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. 090-6059-3552.
Amal, last word. What do you say to the listener who is still skeptical, who's heard 100 of these and is thinking, I'll pass?
Okay, my last word for you is come skeptical. I mean that. Bring your questions. Bring the receipts from other platforms that have wronged you. Bring the cousin who lost money. We would rather you walk in doubting and walk out informed than not show up at all. The summit is free. The worst case is you spend your Thursday morning learning something. The best case is you start something that pays your rent next year.
And that's Amal from Vantage Market. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Godwin.
Listeners, Thursday, 10 a.m.
Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. 090-6059-3552.
This has been Money Talks. Until next time, bye for now.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today FM. Today FM 95.1. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today this station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today, FM 95.1, voice of the people, number one. News and sports, talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station.
If you never hear say e get program wey we dey call Wetin Dey Happen.
My brother, my sister, you are sitting on a long thing. Yes, because Wetin Dey Happen na that ogbonge program wey dey come up for this ogbonge station wey they call Today 95.1 FM.
So na peace dey fine, but that negotiating with bandits, why go dey negotiate with people wey dem tag criminals,
terrorists?
Terrorists. Tune in every weekday from Monday to Fridays, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Full stop.
Make you hear all the ogbonge things wey don happen for we River State, we Nigeria, and we Obodo Yibo. We go mix all together, come serve you jollof rice as e dey hot.
The voices wey you go dey hear on top Wetin Dey Happen na MC Kuro and Mary Queen.
I wan go hook person husband. I wan go hook person husband. I need to hook single guys so that you people no go chicken another person. On top Wetin Dey Happen, we dey discuss serious matters on seriously.
To go fast, you go alone.
If you want to go far, go together.
A creative mind is a fertile land for growth. A common screwdriver can create a path to fortune.
No matter how short you are, you get out, you will see the sky. A dead fish cannot be sweet in any soup. They are dead.
Just take it. If you want an omelette, you got to break the egg.
Go show, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your
first place. Let me tell you something. In our family, we are jolly good fellows. We have music in our blood. And I tell you what, nobody, I repeat, nobody will stop me from dancing. As I'm dancing, I'm walking. Dr. Abati, you need to see me when I'm walking. I can dance with you now. When you come to my office, I'm a very prudent person. And I'm a very serious person. There's time for everything. There's time to dance and there's time to walk. So they are jealous because they cannot dance. If they want, I will teach them how to dance. But that does not stop my work. Listen, these people, Tola, is still suffering from the pain of defeat. He's using, maybe because he's a cousin to Mr. President, he has caused a lot of problem in Osun State. This is the, Boyega, if you are listening to me, this is democracy. Just because I defeated you, go and sit down. What is democracy? It is what Osun people want. Osun people is the one they will decide. You use Mr. President's name, you are allowing people to be killed, you have arrested ACORD members. As I'm speaking to you, I've been talking to Bishop Matthew Coker because I did not want to come to that signing. He said, please respect me, I will come, I should come. That he will start talking to them. They only released about 14. Our candidate, Alaba, Bukola, is still languishing in jail in Abuja. For what? If you know that you can win, why are you arresting my people? Why are you using federal might to arrest, to intimidate? Or should people, and I know they are ready, there's no amount of intimidation. The work that I've done speak for itself. Come this Saturday, I'll be victorious. So dancing is an hobby. That doesn't disturb and affect my work. Go and fact check it. You will know how much I've done. And
If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
A creative mind is a fertile land for growth. A a common screwdriver can create a path to fortune.
No matter how short you are, you get out, you will see the sky. A dead fish cannot be sweet in any soup. They are dead.
Just take it.
That's coming. Those are some very wonderful quotes from our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Word of wisdom. Word of wisdom.
You know one thing about our president?
The depth.
If you listen to his quotes, there's no way your life will remain the same.
Yeah.
And not only listening to his quote, but also implementing the quote.
The fish are supposed to cook am alive before.
You don't understand the perspective.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
You saw people clapping for him after that speech. They
the people that they expect their 3K. Me, I not get 3K.
Wait, do you know that no matter how short you are, if you go out, you will see the sky. Is it a lie? Is it a lie?
Is it a lie?
A common screwdriver.
Why not you stay inside see this
Why
guy?
you one day inside see this guy? You go outside.
When you dey go out, go hustle. No be outside you dey hustle.
Whether I am short or tall, if I come outside, I will see the sky. The sky is already.
Now I'm happy for you. So he said, no matter your condition,
he says a fertile ground.
A creative mind
is a fertile ground for growth.
That
means if you have not grown,
that ring bell for that one is true.
You see, if you don't think our president
is thinking deep.
No, justice. Our president once said.
Our
president once said,
a creative mind is a fertile ground for growth.
But the Queen, our president once said,
whether you are short, even if you are short, if you come outside, you will see the sky.
I need 3 people to call us now
and
tell us one thing our president once said. 3 people. I want 3 people to call us now. To tell us one thing where our president once said.
For 3 years, you must have picked something.
You must have picked something. The number to call us 0810 9510 951. Among the 3 people, the most creative, we have recharge card for you. The most creative 3 persons now will just want 0810 9510 951. 3 things. You can just say one thing where the president
I remember that one when
one person will come on and wait to. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Is your mind not creative enough?
Network. Hello, good evening. I think this one a network issue. Hello, good evening. Waiting they happen to now the phone line they cause them or waiting they happen. What's the problem? Then I say president. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Kuro.
What's your name?
My name is Festus.
What's your last 4 number?
0978.
0978. 0978. I talk one thing with Mr. President, don't talk.
If I don't give you life in 4 years, don't put me in.
Okay. Thank you very much. They wait whether now you go win them. Thank you. Wait whether now you go win them. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, what's your name?
My name is Chinwe.
Chinwe, what's your last 4 number?
990.
Off your radio. You say?
9990.
9990. Oh, yeah, talk one thing when Mr. President talk.
You mean I'm waiting in talk? He say if you want to go go fast in life, you must go alone. If you want to go fast, you must go with somebody. That a creative mind is a fertile ground for growth.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take this last call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
What's
Sonia.
What's your name?
Sonia,
what's your last 4?
Good evening.
Hey, my darling, how are you doing?
My queen, good evening.
Good evening.
What's your last 4 number? Your last 4 number.
5315.
5315.
5315. Oh, yeah, put your voice.
Okay, so our president was said he will start somewhere Buhari stopped. I'll never forget that.
Thank you very much, madam. Mary Queen and Justice.
But
among the three of them, who it is who from the first guy, the second person, and this third person, who it is
Nah, this voting hard though.
Now two of them be the judges, so that we enter our
the three of them try, but the second one emphasize
No, but that one go fail exam for school.
Okay, call two.
She know obey instruction.
So Mary Queen,
you know, so when they write exam, they will say
from the three, Mary Queen might give you.
Give her to the guy.
The first guy.
Okay.
5315.
We not even there for the
5315. Send your number now. Send your number now to 0701 9339 962. We get recharge card for you because you dey listen to Mr. President.
The president has inspired
Some of you know they listen to Mr.
You need
President.
to be a good listener.
You need to listen to Mr. President. Send your number now to 0701 9339 962. Your number end with 5315.
Is a patriotic Nigerian.
Is a patriotic Nigerian to listen to Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't show again. We're there for 95.1. Waiting they happen. I don't know waiting they happen for Ignatius yesterday. Mary Queen, give us situation report before we continue.
The videos that these updates now. SUG president come and say nothing like that. But the videos where they see people they run up and down. Instead of police shoot. So why police go shoot? Why if the place be dead peaceful? Why police go shoot?
Okay.
You know, they even take them for platform and all that.
Okay.
So by now I don't come, Sha, but I want them to do more. From the SUG president to the VC to registrar. In fact, everybody.
The vice chancellor of
Ignatius, all hands on deck.
Professor Onuchukwu.
All hands on deck. Make them call emergency security meeting.
Then also,
they need to fish out those boys. Because I see, you get one video where I see whether I bought to this group carry this
Ignatius, if you go Ignatius, you know Sabi run.
You know go wrong.
The last time I go Ignatius, I run. No, joke about it. May not be student. The last time I go Ignatius, I run.
You need to come out and look at the sky. Very, very important. Those are they are following.
They remind me that year when I
if the boys are coming or not.
Yes. But it's but another situation report for other judge. I see say police and army people been fight small.
Today?
I see them for social media.
Never hear that one. Wait till cause fight.
I don't really know what happened, but if I had that judge, I see a particular video of police and army. I don't understand the power
that their fight not they ever they easy. They always drag
snatch. I don't know whether they get wood they drag. You know.
That their fight not they ever they. You know, sometimes go be navy and police, sometimes go be army and police. But the police they always suffer because that's they don't hear word.
There's always one question, constant question. Do you know who I am?
Chia.
Do you know who I am?
Chia.
Army go ask, do you know who I am?
No,
Police go ask, do you know who I am?
You that is inside the city here, you don't know what I'm facing in the forest. I've been in the bush fighting those idiots and you want to come and stop my car. You know, get out of the way.
Okay, I think I will check after now, confirm the number. Then I said the guy don't send them. But we'll not to get time. If you want to see us, just go on our YouTube, Today951FM for YouTube, on Facebook, Today95.1fm for Facebook, or the Tori then did there. And also, if you want to listen to us on our website, check www.todayfmlive.com. Click the listen button, you go hear our voice. And also, if you don't like anything, application, check Radio Garden app, search Today95.1fm for Radio Garden app. I'm going to introduce myself, they're going to introduce themselves, we're going to enter the Tori because we're not to get time. My name is Sikuro. They call me the king of weddings. Anywhere where wedding they happen for the city, outside the city, if you look very, very well, you go see I'm Sikuro.
You know, cut your tongue go.
I always talk this thing, if you came with a carry for back, you know, say the Johnny, if I don't show, not to go remember.
All right, my darling people, we don't show not to go remain. And in the next few minutes, because not be 1 hour again, we'll go pack our kaya come up for studio. My own name is Mary Queen of the Most High. MQ for short, or my sister, or auntie, or anyone where you call me, I go answer. But the Coco be say we don't come with Ogbonge to read them.
Okay.
All right, so we country people. My name is MC Justice. That man we hate injustice. Anywhere where they talk about injustice, you go see me. Make sure say I run out, come look the sky. Make I observe what they happen today. We don't come again for another Ogbonge edition. Yes, nah.
Today is a sky day.
Yeah. Big shout out to our inspirator, our president. Daddy where they pamper.
More enter the first story, we'll not to get time. few days from now, in less than 4 days, Abi.
Yeah.
They do the election for Osun State. And Adeleke don't come out. You know the power of federal might. There is a power of federal might. Different politicians don't come out with their strategy. Adeleke then say Adeleke come out with his own dancing strategy. We see Atiku go the Atiku to say every members, if you want to see the good Nigerians, then they ADC. Even this person, Ralph Arrangement Shola, where the ADC don't come out, come to say, as a matter be like they say, he never cheat on a wife before. All these things they happen for the campaign. If you see dance where they dance, Ralph Arrangement Shola and Dino Milari.
So you never cheat on your wife for the persons where you marry. Am I use concern
that
for
shows
election?
integrity.
So if he no go fit, no. If he no go fit cheat on a wife, how more Nigerians, the common masses, it means he cannot cheat on you people.
Don't finish.
You understand? So now, but Adeleke don't come to say he know the fear federal might. He say federal might got nothing on him. There was a time in this state federal might was a problem. You understand? But now the time say in the fear federal might, nothing they happen, Mary Queen. Wait till you think about this election because it look like say Oyitola the pour enough fire.
My brother dey for federal, dey for federal now, so that one dey. But if Adeleke dey talk say no dey fear, yes, I agree with that. I know suppose fear because no be war that they go fight. Na election, you know, na just go there, do your own part and leave. So you not supposed to be waiting, supposed bring fear. If not be the kind of stories they hear where they come out from there, and the thing they scary and. We don't feel wait as I did now. I don't feel wait. Make this Osun election just happen. Make we just rest because back to back. Say that the first lady come out come protest. Say the killings done too much. That's the first lady of Osun State. Not be the first lady of Nigeria. You know she come out with her women. Many of them they come out come protest. Say the violence done too much. The killing done too much and everything. So I just feel say it calls for. Well, alarm I won't call and make everybody just stay upright. First, the EFCC they block account, then they call of killings. Even if for that way you play now, Adeleke they talk say some of him boys still there Abuja for prison. And no, you never put any charge for their head. You just pack they pack people from Osun State. They go Abuja for what?
I come free.
I'm free feeding.
God,
they don't complain for you say that they chop well for their house.
Yeah, that's
they
true.
know they like president always say they chop once a day.
That's true.
You know the president though case they different. Him be say food day. And he choose to chop once a day.
Because he wants to feel what the common citizens
he treks to the office.
Yeah. But you get people who don't get the food, so they are two different things.
You get some people who don't get the food, they chop more than 3 times in a day. So imagine
food.
those who come be politicians.
Some have food but cannot eat.
Because see when they make those people, they chop more than 3 times. Anywhere they see food, they chop.
According to Senate President.
So that you go carry you till the next time where you go see another food. Since you know you get food for house.
Anything when they happen for this country, one politician get one speech for that. Justice.
So it's not supposed to cause fear, not just election, but
justice, I see,
the panic done too much.
Well, election not supposed to be fight. Now just people coming to just pick who they want, make them lead them. But for this country, when election done the whole political terrain go just they tensed up. Everybody just they fire from one end to another. They don't say, oh, the governor don't they dance, so you know they do anything, no. Before you know, they don't attack those state governor. Say, oh, this you know, they can't, you know, and you know be waiting we expect, you know, back and forth. They don't drag Hope Uzodinma, they don't drag everybody just because
they don't even write open letter to Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, you know, requesting say make Donald Trump because
put eye for the election and
you know,
all that.
and at the end of the day, now still him, all of them, you see this country, now interest. The same Adeleke, they support the president. We in the cry, say, oh, the president to see.
The best way they support self, now one won't destroy you.
You know?
No, the president they support make up for you. The president they support still make up for you.
Say, may they unfreeze their account. Now drama.
Leave that one. Because that one, if one look him, if one sit down, analyze
that one, in terms of within the constitutionality, they wrong.
Yeah.
For the president.
Apart from say they wrong, say president even call, freezing the account, everything. Already they paint this picture, say the governor is corrupt. in they use money without
budgeting and all those things.
Money where
But some
supposed
other
plan.
political analysts say the governor fit even use that one get sympathy votes.
So. Yeah, because now
Na
waiting
two-way
really
sword,
now waiting. If you ask me, now waiting they play because if they support the president, still they shout say the president they try oppress you with federal might and all that. All those things still not sympathy card.
But in party people they tell Anto. I think you know great supporter. But you know say court get there. I don't go do research now. Court say the national no support am. Not only him for Shun State there. But accord for national they still get their presidential candidate. So they tell Anto. Anything where you see there concern you.
More enter the second story. This is a good news, but
If you read that bag, go jump
no, the thing good news. We don't feel underestimate the facts. It not be good news.
But
he get a touch of where maybe some person, some human rights activists fit no like. You understand? But you cannot underestimate the facts. They not be good news. So one small bell for the government of Kano
for your
State.
mind, first bribe my conscience.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, anything where they do now, listen to us. Kano State government don't organize marriage for people who no green marry.
People no green marry.
Some people
then
say
no get money to marry.
all of them follow. Some people say yes, they will not get married. They are not interested in marriage. But then get woman, they don't keep the woman inside house for 5 years, 6 years, cohabiting. They no green marry am. Now Kano State government say no, that is not good. You are going against the Quran. And one thing we love about the Quran is you have to do things in the right way. Now so Kano State
so that
you not be an infidel. So now so they call organized marriage for 1,500 people. Now people where they part of this marriage, some people don't get 2 wives. But they hide the 3rd wife, then don't say, and they don't see one side chick. Then say if this side chick, then convert this side chick to their wife, will be a bad idea. As government come bring out this opportunity, because okay, no wahala, we get 2 wives already, make we add this one, make him become the 3rd wife. Some of them come say, okay, no wahala. Thank God, say government bring out this opportunity instead of them to go for old women. They say they get young girls.
Instead of them to go for widows.
Some of them say that the widows too follow.
Chai.
When we say widows, we don't look like say.
And my neighbors they like widows. No, just go.
Some widows we don't day.
Widow was day.
And widow was day. When we say money no day, widows don't day. Their husband don't die. They cannot just be there like that.
Yeah, they are not furniture.
They are not
you
furniture.
Need to go outside and look at.
They have to exercise the blood group. The blood
so that they will not be like dead fish.
Yes. They will not be like
dead
fish.
Oh boy. His Excellency, you know we are with you.
So His Excellency, the governor of Kano State, decided to allocate 1.5 billion naira to use do marriage for 1,500. And the people are very happy. Some of them come and say, thank you very much, Mr. Governor. But I don't know why they don't want to bring this thing called Rivers State. That's the only problem I have with this particular story. If Governor Sim can now say, for those of you that want... No, OPM, we don't do something.
For ladies, I think
OPM, they do it from time to time.
But if the government of Rivers State come out with this idea and say, people that are ready to marry and you don't have money for bride, it's just that by the time you go Ikwere, go pay for
or go Ijo, Calabar.
You can't go water side.
There should be budgeting billions.
No, the budget will be, if you're from Obiakpo,
see, yes.
2 million naira.
Oven that is 44, nothing yet. He needs intervention.
If you're from Eche, we give you 1 million naira with like, we'll give
small
you,
light from Abia State.
We'll give you 1 million naira, small light from Abia State. Then with like,
ladies bike.
With 2 portions of
fufu.
We'll give you 2 portions of fufu.
Fufu?
Yes. Eche na.
That is their natural resources.
That's their natural resources now. You understand? Then if you from
If you not chop fufu, 2 plots of fufu, na go chop and say.
That is the creativity coming.
Mary Queen, I want you to make a call to the River State government.
I will. After
because
this program.
Single people are crying. Okay. No money to marry.
Like all those boys waiting for that Ajuri University. Like
exactly.
They don't marry, therefore no they do.
Yeah, if they have responsibilities, they will not be running around like that.
True.
Mary Queen, I want you to say something about this matter.
Hell, empowerment of all things to empower people with. na marriage. And then let me even say the marriage. Okay, if you see this story no complete, the governor gonna pay them salary.
Yes.
Monthly salary.
No, you're gonna give them some small stipend.
You see, I'm for the news.
No, I see. I know.
For that 1.5 with the budget,
but
at least they get money inside.
And they say they'll give them some kind of startup to use startup.
Okay, so when
they'll give you money to start up.
Okay, they'll give them money to the women go do small business, the men go. Okay, so when children begin, they come now. You know, they can take care of the children.
Yes.
Okay. But 17 years inside there now underage for me.
Yeah, no, that one we kick against it.
That one now underage for me.
17
and the guy
years.
they proud they talk am. I had option. I did not go for a widow. I went for 17 years.
Yeah, but that is widow is some people's specialty. So you should just focus on the
no, he was maybe looking at the 17 years from 17. Okay, more enter market. Why would they try consider the 17? Because some of these 17 years old girls. But when they come back, 17 is 17. One I don't go anywhere.
NDDC Staff Co-op Microfinance Bank. We believe say small businesses na the backbone of our economy. Na im make we dey stand with traders, entrepreneurs and professionals. They support small businesses for every step of the waka. We be friend of small businesses so through partner for businessmen and women. Because when una business grow, all of us go follow grow together. NDDC Staff Co-op Microfinance Bank. Shared prosperity.
This August, prepare for a divine encounter that will establish your destiny. Great Gospel Power International Church, the Champions Assembly, proudly presents Divine Encounter Convention 2026 with the theme Establishment. 1 Peter chapter 5 verse 10. From Monday, August 10th to Sunday, August 16th, 2026. Ministering Bishop Prosper Obaro, Reverend Chris Ohari, Pastor Sanjo Odunayo, Pastor Peter Anuro, Reverend Canon Prince Nyebuchi, and your host, Apostle Haggai and Lady Pastor Ajiwa Ayuo, alongside powerful music ministers Ayanate Lyrical High. Services hold daily by 5 p.m. with Thursday and Friday morning sessions at 9:30 a.m. Saturday impactation service at 8:30 a.m. and on Sunday, Thanksgiving and ordination service at 7:30 and 9:30 a.m. Venue, Kilometer 4, Alu Road, Rumekini, Great Gospel Bus Stop off East West Road by Rumosi Flyover, Port Harcourt. For inquiries, please call 0706 742 3408.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Yeah, sure. We're back. 95.1 waiting to happen at the show. My name now MC Kuro. Idea we.
My own name na Mary Queen.
And my name is MC Justice. All right.
So
okay, so waiting I been dey talk.
Okay,
you know, say,
wrap am.
So many things will play out for that marriage. Don't just go down
like
with a lot of people. Like the one where say no, you get
the
one where
17
say
years old.
That one not even supposed.
But Muslim
then go
culture and their culture, and Muslim
then
culture.
the one where already get 3 wives.
2 wives already.
You get the one where get 2. You get the one where get 3.
So this one 9 they add now 4.
The 4th wife.
He has the capacity. He has the capacity. That's
you get capacity now. You wait for government allocation before you marry.
Some Nigerians like free things too. He was just tapping on the opportunity.
He even thought if another one comes, then go marry again.
Yeah, obviously.
And you see the man don't call out. Not be saying a young man.
That's true. He's very active.
Then that one did. Then you get the one where I even feel say okay, I feel even do sympathy for now. The one where they be killing wife and his 6 children. Maybe not married before, you know. A very pathetic story. I don't take that story before.
They're supposed to give him 2. It's very touching.
They share the women.
Not be you go pick from feel the wife. Not be the government give. So this one said not even in wife. Brother picking.
Nine marry.
Nine kill in wife.
Child.
With the 6 children.
Child.
So the case now, the guy saying native doctor send them, you know, all this ritualist kind of thing. He said them brainwash them, then this farmer. So now that one said I even thought say okay.
You had pity on that one.
But is the new wife safe with him? Because the safety of the new wife
has to be considered.
Considered, yes.
It's true. Because it's not a problem.
But not be him they kill them now. Now the brothers kill them. But if my woman quick marry like this now, they go say, you see, I know money husband.
I understand your plight.
I don't understand my plight.
MC Justice, what do you think? How can they inculcate this into the River State budget?
Yeah, it's very, very important because this is the part of the empowerment that we have been.
I don't know what's even there in the River State empowerment budget.
Look, MC Kuro is close to 50. Like you need to look at
Purity called yesterday. So if this thing come up now, MC Kuro and Purity are good to go.
But she's not full and
free wife, they don't determine where it's from.
No, now free wife, you still have a right.
That is his fetish.
You still have a right.
That is his fetish.
Between Purity and still
full and
this is his fetish. She's going
for full and woman. Look for Aisha.
I go there for River State, they find full and
that is his fetish. That is where.
Okay, no, it's gonna happen. I'll go Sangana or Borokri. Because
go find you should go to Abuja, go to
no,
Maitama, go to highbrow places. I'm looking at Alaji's daughter.
Those are you shy they have Port Harcourt vibes.
I don't need Port Harcourt vibes.
You just Alaji where they said jewelry is gold, pure gold. Vibes.
I'm looking at Alaji.
You know the people he's talking about Burundi change. Alright, so on a serious note, I think while it's a very crazy scene down there in Kano, some of us here need that empowerment. A lot of people, check
out the age of a lot of Rivers youth.
40-something,
they are not married.
To 50-something,
they are not married.
They don't. But when I go do that kind of marriage,
when they don't.
Wait, like when I will be MC now, when I don't MC people wedding, then when I don't go do our own gallantly way, MC go come.
We are simple people by nature. We are simple people. See, even that my neighbor is close to 48. He's still single. Imagine 48 and they're still calling him a boy. I'm just in my early 20s. But I'm still telling these politicians to support us. Because the young youth in Rivers State, we need these things.
Please just make a passionate call to His Excellency.
Yes, His Excellency, I know you don't have a lot of time, but you can begin
How many
the
months?
process.
How many months?
About 8 months.
So when you have like parting gifts.
Yes. You can make
you the way we can do it.
Job. Yes. Empower us, Your Excellency. This will be one of the last things.
People don't do it on 4,800 essays.
But His Excellency, we don't need essays. This will be one of your lasting legacies.
It will create an indelible mark.
I don't want to go YouTube, go see how passionately they make it appeal.
So that any time, even after 50 years, I look at my wife, I will remember His Excellency. I'll just say, oh, Fubara, I love it.
I will name my first son
Fubara. His Excellency, I promise you, if you do this for me, my first son name will be Fubara.
Okay.
And he will work in civil service.
5G SIM or which
okay, let's enter the final story.
God, I beg.
Fire shade don't come and and say because of no light. Because of no lights, fire shade don't come and say as light need a day. Now one of the problem we they get for Nigeria where they lead to the increasing population of Nigerians. Because why you talk like that? He said most time if you go to developed countries like China, they run 24 hours light. And most times these people are productive. They don't even most of the time they don't even have time for their wives. You understand? Because they are productive. But in Nigeria, he said immediately the time gets to 7 p.m. and there's no lights. The husband, they don't have anything to do as a man. He will look at his wives. He will look at his wife and say, my darling,
I love you.
I love you. The next thing is reproduction.
And the wife will say, I love you.
And
too.
the wife will say, I love you too. The next, they don't have any job. And the place is hot. Why the place is hot? They now gave birth to a hot boy. Hot child. Marie Queen.
You if you do the do when heat they worry you.
What's that?
He's like he don't need it yet. When you need it, no matter the atmosphere, no matter the temperature, when you go outside,
the temperature at that point in time does not matter.
It's not consequential. You have not.
You gonna do the sweat.
Everybody
gonna
is
sweat. They pour each other. Wait, now your sweat
That's
gonna
one
enter the
of the
woman mouth.
problem of Nigeria. Fayoshi has been able to identify.
He's a leader identifying a problem.
Former governor. He's not coming from Sikuro. A former governor 2 times. Currently waiting for that position where Tinubu give.
In charge of urban electrification.
Electrification head.
I make it say one put light now, so that we're not going to mass produce again.
So, Mary Queen, what do you think about this?
I think this is it don't come out finish. DSS for carrying me.
You need to reason like our leaders. You need to this is why you cannot excel in politics. You need to think like our leaders. You need to have a fertile mind.
Is it my fault that there's no light? Then how come they do for 7 p.m. they do the husband and wife. Now 7 p.m.
Statistically.
Those of them who don't marry, man, tell us.
No, the 7 p.m. is the time now.
No, 7 p.m. is not the time.
Bed.
Children never sleep by 7 p.m. So you cannot be doing the by 7 p.m.
They play with Nigerian man.
Okay, family where they stay for
first. They play with Nigerian man.
Family where they stay for first me and first you.
It is they get time for all these things.
How did they reproduce and have?
You know, not say for those face by face, you know, be there they produce the highest
7 children, more children.
But not be 7 p.m.
Go to Goni water side.
Okay, your time is the time factor. Your problem is the time.
The time, the heat. Why will I be doing the under heat?
You are rich. Let's look
you know Nigeria man, when you play your dark small, you go know.
No, that's small. No, but what if I shade talk no hold water?
Okay.
Let's face reality. You know, hold water. If you want to give us light, give us light. If you don't want to give us light, leave this. Our president don't talk before that he don't get control of population development.
And that is why he's stepping in. The president had to bring out a master strategist that understands the problem we are facing. I must commend him.
Okay, like mind.
You know,
MC Justice, what can you say about it? Because we do not have time. So that
I want to appreciate His Excellency. These are
His Excellency who?
Fayoshi, and also thank the president for sporting talents.
Yeah.
You know, this is what we need. We need light. But the issue is that some people don't need light. Some people even bush anywhere. they reproduce.
Some people libido level very high.
They don't need comfort.
Wait now.
They don't need comfort.
They don't need comfort
to make babies.
Have you gone to water side? Even for boats. Okay, let's come back to
leave water side people out of this. I please. Leave water side. Leave water side out of this.
You are mentioning. You have experience in all these things.
No, at least the water is cold.
Okay.
You know? But you cannot be
cold
in a stuffy environment.
Now those kind of babies they put for incubator.
No, now see. Let me correct His Excellency.
You want to correct His Excellency?
Yes. Not be.
Do you have the capacity?
Yes.
To correct His Excellency?
As a media.
A 2-time governor.
I'm a media personality
that understand the productive nature of Nigeria.
A man that have over 5 children.
For Ekiti State, do they have 24 hours power supply?
He understands. He knows that is a problem.
For 8 years, did he solve the problem?
That is why they brought him back.
He has identified the problem.
Okay, if you fail exam, you repeat class.
Yes, Nana, the idea.
Okay.
So, see, the truth is, you cannot mass produce when there is heat.
Okay.
And this is when they doesn't want
now you they talk that one. How many Nigerian communities will get light? And most of these communities will not get light. Now they mass produce. Why are you saying this now? We're not in Nigeria.
You need comfort. I say even inside
if I want to eat, I should be comfortable eating.
That is
Have you been to Ikpe?
Okay, you need to be comfortable to eat. Some people just want to eat. They don't need comfort.
So you don't even the food if it's not.
You are a rich woman. See, the number to call is 0810-9510-951. Let me take it back again. 0810-9510-951. The SMS and WhatsApp now 0701-9339-962. I beg, Justice, help me confirm if that guy don't send the number 5315. Everybody, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, now well done.
Which speaking with the shout down?
You don't go mass produce now.
I think the Justice, Mary Queen and Christian.
Greetings, especially my darling. Welcome.
I still love.
Welcome, call my dad. No, still love never born. I go say still love must produce.
Good evening. Nah,
That one concern and I may want go Fulani.
no mind them. Continue, ST, no mind them.
But Queen, you never give me my card. Let I do you now. You and Kuro.
No, the gift card though. That Kuro owe you card.
If you talk on Friday, I say one lucky person, 1,000 naira recharge card.
Okay, na Vika. Na Vika they owe you, no be me. Na MCCG.
Now you.
You say that me. I go relate am to MC.
Kuro, your own.
Madam, Chukman leave card,
See, that one where they say for Ekiti State, not gonna leave that matter. They talk say you can do whether hot weather, cold weather. You they your body secure. Even under sunset, they your. Yes, so that I go.
No, madam, no be your picking the shot there.
Now so you kaka.
I don't deny.
One denier now.
One denier of your
because of mass wedding. They never approve am here. Just calm down. When they approve it,
we are picking day.
Okay, don't worry. Put your voice finish.
I don't talk. No go any Fulani or me.
Okay, no worry. We'll look into your case later. We'll look into your case. No problem. Hello, good evening. Don't start to.
Good evening, MC Kuro.
Good evening. Radio Governor, how far?
I not too fine.
Is it happen?
Did they do it for heat?
Good evening, Queen. Good evening.
Evening. Welcome to Radio Governor.
Thank you very much. My name is Barry, the Radio Governor. So go Canada, the Radio Governor. Well, my reaction first of all to this one ability on the yam say him not the fear federal government for August everything governorship election. Now the federal government will conduct the election, if I may ask, why go fear federal government? Fear don't they catch them for the election? Federal government not they contest anything now. So you should not be afraid of federal government. Then for the one for Kano, the government don't organize marriage for over 1,500 people. And over 1.5 million. Yeah, but you, for only marriage, imagine say they put this kind of money for empowerment. Just imagine. This one to marry give person, if you get some of them, what then they do? You carry wife, give them. I mean, if they try make insecurity for the northern part of Nigeria, why insecurity for that side not they ever end? Because by the time they begin the wife now they use for the born, they not go school. They're not going to get anything to do. You're just roam around the street. Before you know, Boko Haram will employ them. More insecurity. It's quite unfortunate. Then, lastly, the one with say talks no light, and they make when time reach 7 p.m. and they make people men they go follow their wife before them born and this and that. I think one thing about this thing, not be when maybe light not be. Even if light they see it pass. So you need to call back over. You
don't carry us go Radio Gukana. Thank you very much, my brother. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Your name and where you come from?
I'm coming from Emoto.
What's your voice?
This one where I like a senate is federal mine. I got the right and say making no just lose body or to make the federal mine to federal law. This country where we say not the control the state, we will say, they observe rule of law and practice good democracy like that. So the federal people come for money, the technical decision to affect them. If they come for money to test the emergency, you have to the place to play in land like that. What I did for constitution, for constitution, no, it happens. So making them very careful. Man, nothing carry, conduct himself, do things. Making the person they get federal money. Nigeria not the America, Nigeria not the British. Anything can happen. If to the election day, if they look up on the same year as the computer, that's Nigeria TSP. So making the person not the fear federal money. Making them very careful. Thank you.
Brother, thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir. My Oga from Andoni.
Yes, so this is Noke from Andoni.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. MC Kuro, you here say that they do marriage for 1,000, we will not put your name. What thing be our own problem?
I got the information late.
And you say you need Fulani Boku there. Waiting be our own.
No, I just got it late, Sha. I'm waiting for second
Okay, there
batch.
is another one that is going on in Niger State. After the one in
No, I'm waiting for
Kaduna,
River State now. River State, same.
We don't get money to do that kind of thing. Our money not be for that too.
For River State.
This is a long-standing legacy.
Treasure base of the nation, no get money.
Money now water for you now.
Money is sitting on a long
1,500 people son they answer Fubara for River State.
Make I put my voice. You see, what if that governor himself? We say na for darkness the thing they come out way.
For Ayode Fayoshe.
You know, being the speak with experience now. You know, say no just get up become governor. Even at the two women can get plenty picking. Is the only governor we get about 7 children. Check.
That's true. That's true. You're correct. That's true.
So for darkness, now we enjoy it. Making live us for darkness. God did.
Voila. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Hello, good evening.
I'm Chikuro.
Yes, sir. Can you off your radio,
My
sir?
greeting to all of you there.
Good evening.
My name is Nagudi. I come from Port Harcourt.
Goody, put your voice.
You see, sometimes some things may be hilarious. You see, but one thing is this. That man is like God have sent him for some people. If you know, they go well with some. But you get some people who they don't reach to marry, but there is no money. And if such people now should hear this, don't you think that it's opportunity for them? Don't you think that we go to church and give thanksgiving and testimony? Don't you think that they will not forget the governor, no matter what? Really, some people they get money, or some people not they get. Some people now from mouth to ground, just like that, then they live their life. Things have been so difficult. It make we really thank God and thank the governor. Even some pastors where they do them. When they look say things don't have for people, they do them. But today, some people say they made the fear federal might. We did for this state, when everybody waited for power, other people they run. Even I made you suffer you to hear when he was the governor. He was shouting, federal might, federal might. Everybody waited for the power. Whoever has said here, political data. When you say do your own, another person say do your own. Everything.
Okay.
Politicians, they are always politicians. They
Okay, thank you very much.
They are pets in a politician. They are shoe in a politician. They are space in a politician. They are friend in a politician. So politics. Allow politics for politicians.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Once you're out, we take like maybe 2 more calls. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Your name already called.
Yeah, good day.
Felix from Ozova.
35 seconds.
I beg. My whole problem now, that lady will call you that earlier. That the third person will call for that recharge card one. You that lady, I could get a number. I beg. Since you run the department for marriage, I beg.
You want Today FM to empower you?
Yes. When I feel people for
I see you know what tonight.
Send your CV.
I see you know what.
Are you a graduate? Are you a graduate?
I still love graduate.
Yes.
Are you a graduate?
Yes, nah.
Classmate.
What did you graduate with?
No, that is now.
Do you have classmates?
Instead of you going to interview, I still not going to interview.
Now maybe the middleman, no? Hello, good evening. We'll take this last call. Hello. Hello, good evening.
I'm Sekuro.
Yes, sir.
My simple job.
Okay, the way you talk, I don't know hear you clearly like that.
Let me go to Kano.
Okay, go to Kano.
Can you hear me now? Yes. See, I don't know if others are thinking what I'm thinking. And Sekuro, let me ask you, marriage is an achievement.
Yes, it's an achievement.
It's not an achievement.
No, my guy got married now. It's an achievement. He's happy now.
Please, this is just a way to siphon our money.
How sure are you? How sure are you with this thing you're saying?
Alleged now.
Alleged. Okay. Thank God you said alleged.
Yeah, that's our name now. You marry, give them. When these people now begin to produce children, who will take care of them? That's still the government. The Amajirish, they're born full road. We are still suffering and battling because of those ones.
Anyway, people are clapping hands for them. Let's see how it goes in the next 10, 15 years. They will burn 1,500, Abi. Don't worry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your candid advice. Mary Queen. Over.
Okay.
I still love don't send number.
The last person where this thing, I think the number end with 5315.
The first man we
The first man we win now. 5315.
Don't send them now. You don't confirm that one.
Yeah, we don't see them. We don't see the number. You go collect your card.
Still on our MCT, the OU card. Good evening, the crew. If the 1,500 married couples were not given jobs, which means there is a high risk of poverty and insecurity. Mr. Dennis, thank you. You just hit the nail on the head. The Kano State governor attempt to organize mass wedding. You know, attempt, he don't already do one. It not be attempt. He organized it, they don't already do it. They do one on Saturday. Why wedding is to maintain the northern political strength, which is population. He is not the only northern governor that has done this. I'm handsome. Greet my fine, loving friend, Don Wilson. Oh, Don Wilson, don't close. She don't go out. Thank you. I will pass your message. Good evening to you all. I am a very up Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. Rivers State people do not need mass marriage. What they need is mass, meaningful government employment. Because
as the employment never come now. You get that one, I know better.
Some of us sleep by 7. And
they say employment. We only use 4 years now. Move and do this one, whole body.
I want to have bad password. By that 7, you're sleeping alone.
You see.
And it's not like I hate is killing you.
Justice for justice.
Okay, so meaningful government employment, because without good work and money, marriage cannot last long. God help us all. Okay.
Try me.
Very own Jesus, thank you so much. Tell Fayose that the only thing on the mind of Nigerians is the present economic situation that is biting hard, not that thing he is saying. Okay, I go tell him as I come here now, they go dial a number. Okay, so I'm going to WhatsApp and let's see what you guys have to say there.
Good evening, MC Kuro, Mary Queen, and MC Justice.
Good evening.
I want to come out for the one way Adeleke talk. Saying the fear federal might. But I love the way he's talking tough. But we should go beyond it and match APC part to part. Because allegedly, the Caribbeans cannot win any election in Nigeria without drinking. Okay, imagine them arresting Adeleke people, sending them to Abuja. Have you seen intimidation? But these are the people that have all the senators, all the House of Rep members, ministers, governors, president, security, INEC, judiciary on their side. Yeah, they are CG3. APC, they are themselves, they shame you. I've not seen this kind of party. They should stand up to them. If not, they will rig the election. Just the way they've done in other states. From South Brooklyn.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I'll check this other person.
Sikora and waiting the apple cream. I greet all of them. I greet all of them. Now, Mr. BNN, the talk from Tomobashi. I want to say, what the governor do for Kano? Okay. Just to give those men responsibility. Let them get identity and we have to find them. They say, far away, carry picking, not they don't go far. If you leave them idle, then they join Boko Haram. They move up and down. They do anyhow. But when they marry, then will begin to take responsibility of themselves and their family. So that is for that. And again, waiting Fayose they talk. Fayose not get any reason. He just they find way to raise budgets for himself, make him embezzle money. No, say the heat on 90 sweepers. When you finish the tire, Papa always go enter the room back.
Tell her. Have you
after heat? You know, after heat, you burnt a lot of calories.
You know.
So you need to re-energize yourself.
When they refer to face people, you tie wrapper for waist, go cross, go bathroom.
That is the beauty of democracy.
May the spirit of poverty.
Okay, sorry, we have to go. See you guys tomorrow.
On a well done.
Thank you plenty.
God bless everybody.
Bye.
Yeah, take care. Bye.
In real estate, it's not just about buying land or houses.
It's about buying rights.
At Odibola Properties Limited, we don't just sell land or houses.
We deliver verified properties with the right roots of title.
Because the strength of every property is the root of title, not noise, not unverified claims.
Built on integrity, backed by proven track record.
Odibola Properties, your investment is safe with us. Visit us today at Nyawale Interim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 2 Port Harcourt, or visit our website www.odibolaproperties.com or call 081-551-67904 or 070-655-69887.
Odibola Properties.
Our word is our bond.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.